Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo. Kriya Babaji Namo.
Welcome to our April 30th live stream weekly Q&A Satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School. Tomorrow to be officially May 1st. Welcome to all our Kriya Yoga School members here at the Kriya Yoga School, all our people backstage or on YouTube. Post your comments. We're ready to get rolling. But first of all, how are you doing today, Veronica? Are you great?
Yep. Namaste. Delighted to be here. I guess right now it's our 43rd Satsang. So I'm looking forward to our weekly conversations. So we'll see where our streams of consciousness go. So Donnie's here with us too. So,
outstanding. Welcome, Donnie.
Hey.
Good to have you here today, Donnie.
I'm not working today either, so it's nice.
yay.
Outstanding.
Well-
One more day till May 1st.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We made it.
Yeah.
We're still alive.
5 months in.
Wow,
Oh, boy.
5 months. It seemed like yesterday was January 1st.
Paul's with us too. Namaste.
Namaste, Paul. Glad to have you here. How you doing today?
Good.
Are you happy?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. Well, somewhat's better than zero.
Yeah. Zero happiness.
You know,
Well-
I'm very hard on myself, and it was raining this morning, and I skipped work, and I feel like I have a duty to go to work, because it's listed, I'm open these hours and I should be there, but just a little thing like that, bothers me. I'm like, I didn't go to work, mad at myself, but it makes me feel free to just be able to know that I can just do that, So I like it in a sense, but then I also get a guilt twinge about skipping it.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my guru used to say, some days you just got to call it quits, take a shower and go to sleep and wake up brand new the next day. So
Oh yeah.
if you take a day off, then it's all good, Don't beat yourself up about it. Tomorrow's a new day. Start off fresh. Some days you just got to call it quit, because no matter how hard you try, it's not going to work out. So go back to bed. Don't beat yourself up about it. Don't punish yourself. Start off fresh tomorrow. That's every day you wake up, you get another chance. You get another crack at it. So keep on going. But it's rough out here, that's for sure. People look at me, Vedagurudev, like Vedagurudev don't have no off days. Oh yes, I do. I go through it myself, So some days aren't the best days for me. Some days I reflect back on what I did, or I self-observe myself, look at myself in the mirror and say, well, that wasn't my favorite day, but tomorrow I hopefully I learn from my mistakes and I can do it better tomorrow. So wake up brand new, shake it off, and get back at it. But if you want to take a day off, especially you own your own business, by all means, put the sign up, close, and enjoy the sun or enjoy the rain, whatever it is.
Yeah, it was pretty much raining all day, so I was like, nobody's probably going to show up anyway. So I was like, today would be a good day to just chill at the house, and yeah.
Yep.
So I had a good satsang this morning, and then
Nice.
As the day progressed, I told myself I wasn't going to do anything today, as far as vices, but like by about 3:00, that was like, I didn't watch any TV either. I was like, I'm not going to turn on the TV. I'm not going to pay attention to my phone. But I couldn't make it past 3:00. By 3:00, I was like, I got to entertain myself. And so, masters of distraction, as we say, it's like, it felt good just not to have that. Sometimes just all that noise and stuff coming from the TV. It's just, and the light from it also is just, it's like entering my brain and just so.
Have you heard of Mara and his 3 daughters?
What's that?
Mara and his 3 daughters. It's something I read like yesterday or the day before, and it was really interesting. How I think, God, who is it? I think it's the devil of Buddha. So like, how Jesus has Satan. So I believe it's Mara is the devil of Buddhism, and Mara has 3 daughters, and it's his 3 daughters tried to tempt him or tried to tempt Buddha, and they represent one of them represents like distractions, so like such as cravings and things like that. And it just reminded me of that. And I'm like, oh yeah, if you can get over these 3 temptations, more power to you. But it's hard. Like it's the whole point of the video was that like 99% of humans cannot overcome these 3 temptations, which is why his 3 daughters are so powerful.
Well, that makes perfect sense. And I definitely feel that, it's just hard to just be in silence and just try to, commune with God and just like leave the outside world, all the distractions behind. But little by little, one day at a time, at least like start lowering it down if I can, and then eventually I'll pass that threshold, I hope.
I think everyone has a vice. Like some people it's distractions, some it's cravings. I think for me, mine is always like anger out of all things. So like something will happen and I'll just be angry all day because of it. I'm like, I have to let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah.
For me, it's more, I have all the, I have the cravings too. And, my vices, alcohol, nicotine and stuff. But, I don't really get angry. So that's a good point. But, I tend to get depressed. And then if I drink the alcohol, then the depression comes on even harder. I'll start dwelling on the past and just stuff that's happened to me or whatever. And I'll just start just, I'm not, it takes me out of the present. Let's just say that.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm actually thinking about trying to do when Vedagurudev said that he did a 5-day fast. I was like, well, I don't think I can sit there and meditate that long. No way I can sit that long, but I think I could probably try to at least do a fast and try to cut some of these sugars and carbs and cravings that I give into too often. More of like a self challenge. I'm like, all right, something to try myself or try my hand at it and see where it takes me. Kind of reset my body.
yeah, fasting's great. And since I have done fasting and I had the discipline to be able to do it, then I don't see why I can't eliminate some of my other tendencies.
I wonder if we could do like a whole masterclass, like monthly challenge.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I had during my time this morning, I was thinking actually during my satsang, and I was just contemplating, self-reflecting, and I was thinking about laws of the universe, and I wanted to ask Vedagurudev if he thought what he thinks the laws are. I think there are laws. I think God has set up certain laws of the universal, like as far as karma and the laws of cause and effect. But like, what other laws do you think exist that were created by God to maintain order? I would say like when I think of these things, I'm like thinking like God does not like chaos, so he puts in place things to to stop chaos from happening. But anyway, what are your thoughts on that, sir?
The laws of the universe. I would say, in my opinion, my favorite law is the law of love, universal love. Love, be compassionate, help as many people as you can, give selflessly to people. Just help as many people as you can. But I don't know if there's any real laws or guidelines that you should really follow. Like in our class, we had the yamas and the niyamas. Those are kind of the yogic rule set. Like the yamas, what you shouldn't do. The niyamas, the observances you should do. So it's kind of like a guideline, but I don't think there's any really solid any laws or rule sets. You should just try to be the best person and help as many people as you can. And I don't know how you could really go wrong with that, like if what people say is true and you go before the council of elders and they said, Vedagurudev, you help too many people with Kriya yoga, I'll be like, that is the problem I want to have. I accept. I helped as many people as I could, so just I was talking to Veronica. It's difficult out here. Like, like you wake up some days and you just don't want to do it. Like, I always want to go back to bed. Like, I don't feel like going into work today. It's raining. And like we always say, every day is a test as a yogi. You just got to kind of face it head on. But yeah, the laws of the universe. I mean, I'm not sure because I've never been given the manual of the universe what exactly it entails. So I'm just trying to feel my way around in the dark like everybody else. Like, well, let's see what happens. I'm gonna try my best, and we'll see where it takes me. But I don't know. God never gave me a PDF of what the rules of the universe are. So, but
Um,
I don't see
Yeah.
how you could go wrong as long as you help people and do the best you can. That's pretty much all you can do.
what about karma? Do you think karma is a law like that? Definitely, if you do bad, bad will come back to you, and if you do good, likewise.
And like I was telling Veronica, when I do my sadhana, I don't really think too much about karma. It's almost like how would my guru say this? If a tree falls in the woods and you don't hear it, did it really fall? So I know, like they say, like when you do your sadhana or you do the yagna, you're indirectly burning karma, but I never really kind of think about it. Like I just kind of go through the motions and see where it kind of takes me. So like I said before, past karma, agama karma, present day karma, pradraha karma, and future karma, sanchita karma. So I just do my practice, and wherever it takes me, that's where it takes me. So I never really think like 1,000 years ago I did something I wasn't proud of, or I hurt people, and I need to burn that off. I just kind of do it, and I do my sadhana, and indirectly it kind of burns itself off. So, and I kind of look at my karma like a big trash mountain I'm trying to burn, you know, like a landfill. So I don't know what I did in the past lives, and I guess that's why I got the memory wiped too. If I knew what I did in the past life, it would overwhelm me in this life. So trying to wipe the slate clean and do the best I can. And like I said before, I don't really know how I could go wrong if I do the best I can in the present day. So, but yeah, I don't really think about it too much. I just kind of do what I do, and wherever it takes me, that's where it takes me. So, but I try to do things I would feel proud about. Let's say it like that. Like when I observe myself at the end of the day, I say, yeah, I was proud of that. I don't know, I could have did that better. You know, I wasn't proud about that. You know, like this ego has a way of creeping up on you and trying to frustrate you, trying to put doubt in your mind. So you just gotta kind of shake it off and keep going. Like one of my favorite yogic quotes is when Patanjali says in the Yoga Sutras, the line to God is not a straight line, it's a zigzag. So you kind of you're on the path, you fall off, you dust yourself off, you know, you get mud on your clothes, you know, you clean it off and keep going. So that's kind of the way I look at it, but I don't know. I don't really think about karma too much because I don't want that to have that distraction where I go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I almost ate a hamburger today, and I was thinking of you because you always
Oh
said
no.
I ate a hamburger, you know, but it was the alcohol. It was like it was causing me to have this craving for a hamburger. I was like thinking about the Burger King, and like then I started looking up hamburger shops. I was like, I don't want Burger King. I want like the best meat if I'm going to eat one. But I ended up not having one. But um, I just thought that was funny because you always said I ate a hamburger, you know,
Yeah.
last week or something. So that made me laugh.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, like I say, I ate a hamburger 10 years ago, you know. So what? So if you want to eat a hamburger, don't beat yourself up about it. Just enjoy it as much as you can, you know. Be Boganantar. He was an enjoyer. He enjoyed whatever he did. So if you're going to eat a hamburger, just be mindful of it. Don't think of it. Enjoy that mouth pleasure and be as happy as you can.
Yeah, so on the way to work yesterday, um you know, I encounter a lot of homeless. I've mentioned this before, but I'll tell you like the ones I encountered yesterday. So I'm driving to work, and the first one I encountered is this old black guy. I see him on the same corner a lot, and like, so I stopped, and you know, and sometimes I want to avoid them. You know, honestly, I'm just like, I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to give them any money or whatever. But I'm like, nah, that ain't the right thing. Just, you know, talk to them. I usually actually enjoy myself. But he told me about how they stole his backpack the other day, and he was like, I'm leaving here. I'm tired of this. You know, they stole my backpack. I'll see you, you know, I'll see you when I see you next time. So I saw him, and I passed, you know, I gave him a little money and wished him wished him good luck and everything. So then I keep driving, and there's like a grassy median with like trees and stuff. And I'll see people like walking, you know, crossing the street basically. You know, I really can't see that good. So like I can see a person there. So obviously and I had my window down. I always usually drive with my windows down if I can, because I like to get the fresh air and it makes me feel more alive, you know, like I'm participating. I'm not just like looking at everything like through like a TV or something. So I saw this black girl with orange hair. She's walking, and it wasn't a point where I could stop or anything, but I just drove by her and I heard her say, "What are you looking at?" And I was just like, "Oh my God!" Like it was like a ping on my Caversham shield. What are you looking at? So I got to work, and then on the way home, I encountered and I saw this person there. I really couldn't tell who it was. And sometimes they're wearing, like, this girl was wearing a mask and I couldn't tell who she was, but it was this girl that I had seen many times before. Sometimes she sells flowers, and I always have a nice experience with her usually. And she always says, "Thank you for being so kind to me." So that kind of lifts my spirits. But she told me about, I said, "Oh, I didn't even know it was you. I didn't recognize you, but I could tell by her voice." And then I saw who it was. I was like, "Oh." And she told me how she had just gotten hit by a car and she's just recovering and stuff like that. And I was like, these people really, like, I've got it made, but and sometimes I feel sorry for myself, even under the best of circumstances. But it always puts a perspective on it when I see these homeless people. So yeah, that's what happened.
Albert
Yeah.
Saps has some comments that coincide with this. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
First, he says, hi guys, cool to catch up early. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Sometimes talking to the homeless is even more of value, worth to them than money. Many people leave some coins, but very few stay a minute to talk to them like a human.
I agree with that, because I always have some nice conversations and they tell me about how their life is going. And so, yeah, I think just our kind words are very helpful in those situations.
Yeah, true. When I was in the Himalayan mountains, the Agoris, which people try to stay away from, I enjoyed their energy. So I would always sit and try to talk to them and get their insights. And they always enjoyed it because, they have long dreadlocks. They have vibhuti, holy ash all over them. So people say they stink and they stay away from them, but I enjoy their energy. And I enjoy that a stream renunciate path. The tapas they do, the extreme detachment that they have. So I enjoy it, and they enjoy me too. They were like, "You're not scared of me?" No, I enjoy your energy. Like, I want to sit next to you. I respect your path. So they always they're trying to get as many people to stay away from them. So when somebody comes and sits next to them, they always enjoy it. Like, why would you come sit next to me? Because I enjoy your sacrifice, your renunciate, to the extreme. So I enjoy your energy. I envy you to some degree. I want to be a stream renunciate. I told Veronica before, one day I'm going to get on the Agori path myself. I like that path. So if you see me sleeping in the cemetery with holy ash all over myself, you know what happened.
Living your dream.
Living my dream. Vedagurudev took it to the stream, in the world, but not of the world, right? My gurus say to a stream, but sometimes, hopefully, before I transcend this physical body, I can spend some time on the Agori path, like totally renounce the whole world, I respect their path, but yeah, but I noticed that they respected that about me, that, oh, this foreigner guy is not scared of us. Most people are scared of us and walk around. He wants to sit with us and share his lunch with us, like, you know and like Albert said, like, some people, they don't want money, they just want somebody to talk to and share their experiences. I'm a good listener. I'm all ears. Tell me what you need to tell me. Most of these Agoris, they don't speak English, but they speak a dialect of Himalayan Hindi, so I need my guru to translate, but we enjoy their conversation, and they enjoy it too, because most people try to stay out of their way and walk around them. But maybe you get some deep insights from Agori. You know, I'll tell you a funny story I just thought of. Right, so we saw this Agori sitting there, and we give him what's called prasad, which is an offering of food, right? Like as a sign of respect. And this Agori did like this to me. He did like this. And I was like, we just gave this guy food and he just gave me the middle finger. And my guru was like, Vedagurudev, he did not give you the middle finger. He's showing you a mudra. He's pointing to God, right? And I was like, oh, yeah. So I get it. And that kind of changed my perspective. Like he's giving you a blessing. It's almost like that monkey story, let go and let God, you know, like so if you have a wrong perception, you're gonna project that perception on them, but they're really trying to help you understand, let go and let God. So he was really doing a mudra pointing to the sky, you know, like pointing to God. So that's the way I like to look at it.
Yeah, that's interesting because of the perspective, like that girl that saw me, she thought I was like giving her like the evil eye, or just she had a perspective that I was seeing her in a bad way when I wasn't. I was just looking at the sights, you know. But you know,
Yeah.
she got that in her head that I was eyeballing her in a bad manner, because maybe I was making, you know, I couldn't tell because my vision's kind of blurry, but she just saw me looking right at her and she thought I was thinking bad thoughts or something. So she had a wrong perspective, you know, but yeah, perspective is an interesting thing.
And you really can't get attached to it. Like how would my guru say, like water off a duck's back. Be like the lotus flower floating on top of the water, untouched by the water below. So yeah, you can't try to make sense of it or get attached to any outcome. You just kind of, all right, whatever. You know, that's your problem. If you think I was recklessly eyeballing you, then that's your problem. I'm not going to get attached to it. I'm not even going to think of it. Water off a duck's back, you know. Let it go.
Yeah, I didn't really let it bother me. My next stop was the yoga studio, so I was able to just, you know, get into a good state of mind there. It was nice.
Yeah, shake it all off. Get into your sadhana. The sadhana's good. It's like spiritually exercising all those clearing off all the dust off your body, spiritually cleansing yourself, purifying yourself. Like it feels good sometimes. Like when I go into the external Maya delusional world, I'm like, oh my God, it's a war zone out here. It's a total minefield. I'm praying to get back home to my meditation cushion and let it all go, you know, Sudi, let it all go, purifying yourself, letting everything out from the external Maya world. But it's tough out there. I sometimes think like I'm glad I have these tools, but people who don't have tools, wow, it's a tough ride, you know. Like everybody is totally trying to steal your attention, trying to steal your energy, trying to get under your skin and dance around and you know affect you, and you just got, like you said, you got to have your Kavachum shield up and let it all bounce off your shield, off your atmosphere. But it's tough because when you're out there, you can definitely feel them pinging your atmosphere all day long. Those meteors are hitting your atmosphere, but you feel it, you know, and they're definitely trying to get under your skin and make you go down that rabbit hole or attached to like, why did she do that? Why did she do this? But if you have a mindset like you don't care or you're unaffected by what other people say, you'll be definitely okay. And they'll be the person who's affected. You won't be affected. I mean, in my case in Thailand, they kind of look at foreigners like dirty second-class citizens, like you come to our country to have your way with our women, whatever they have, whatever perception they have. I try to have the perception of, yea, though I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil. So I just kind of, how can I say, I feel the Red Sea parting when I go in anywhere. Like, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. You don't pay me money. I don't work for you. Blah, 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 like I just like part the Red Sea. Vedagurudev coming.
Yeah.
And sometimes I try to go in a place and I just don't feel right about it. And I just make a 180 U-turn and just go right out. Like, nope, not today. I don't feel like wrestling with these demons today, I just don't like the energy in this spot. And I want to go to places and support places that respect my energy and respect my money, so if you my father used to say, which I thought was funny, he said, we don't give our money to a-holes, if you know what I'm saying. So I try to give my money to people who deserve my money and respect my money and are happy to get my money. So like, if you don't respect my money, then I'll give it to somebody who does respect it. So I
you
try
don't
to
deserve my money.
You don't deserve my money, right? And I only support people who have good, positive energy. If you have lower frequency energy, then no money for you. Like, and I don't need it. So sometimes I go in a place and it just doesn't feel right or it stinks to me and I just walk back out. Like, not today, I kind of look at my energy when I wake up. I have 100% battery and I don't want to waste my battery on unnecessary things. I want to use my battery for stuff that uplifts me and makes me feel good. Stuff that lowers my energy, then I don't want to give my energy to those type of things. So, but yeah, it's a definite war zone out there.
Yeah.
What did Albert say?
He said that on the middle finger, the translation middle finger, typical American greeting. Ooh, okay, LOL. I don't know. I was thinking it's so much more beautiful thinking about let go, let God, but we've turned it into such an ugly expression. Yeah, I'm like, let go, let God.
It's a beautiful mudra, Albert.
Yeah.
that the Agoris told me, right? So if you have the right perception, like these mudras, these hand gestures, yan mudra. So all these are really mudras. So if you have the perception that this is a spiritual mudra that kind of seals in your energy and helps uplift you, then that's what it is. So if you have the wrong perception, like this guy is giving me the middle finger. I mean, this Agori didn't even know what the middle finger was. So that he definitely wasn't giving me the middle finger. But even if he was giving me the middle finger, maybe I need the middle finger because I'm too much in my ego and I'm too attached to that perception. Like, let it go, Vedagurudev. Let go and let God. Like you think because you've been conditioned by the American conditioning that the middle finger is a bad thing, but maybe it's really a good thing. So, like, what would my father say when somebody gave me the middle finger? It's like, you're number one, right? Number one, right? So if you have that mindset, like you're number one, like, yeah, I guess I am number one. Thank you, brother. So it kind of takes the air out of their balloon, the wind out of their sails, when you have that better perception, like, oh, that's good. I needed that today. I am number one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for letting me know. You're right. I am number one.
Which
So,
finger did the monkey use?
Oh,
he
that's a
used
good question.
he used this one. He used the index finger, but you know, if the monkey gave me the middle finger, then I would appreciate that too. You know, look at that. A monkey gave me the middle finger. Maybe I am too much in my ego, and
Yeah.
if a monkey could see that I need to be more humble, then I probably do need to be more humble. So this monkey, you think of animals as lower frequency beings or less conscious, but maybe they're more conscious, right? Like I'm looking at the forest and I'm not seeing the trees. Maybe I do need to do some inner work, and I thank you for that blessing, monkey. So if the monkey gave me the middle finger, it's probably the middle finger I needed to get out my own ego mindset. So it's all about how you perceive it. And if you perceive a good thing as a bad thing, then it loses its pull on you, or its ego attachment. So in yoga, yogis always say live in equanimity. Like they don't see bad or good. They see everything as kind of equal and balanced. So I always try to keep that perspective. Like even if you give me the middle finger, I'm not gonna give it any validity. I'm gonna just enjoy it for the middle finger that it is. Right? Monkey, homeless people, agoris, whoever gives me the middle finger, I'm gonna just enjoy it.
Yeah.
So my favorite yogi is Boganantar. I was initiated in the Kriya Yoga in Sri Lanka, where he has his ashram and he has his yantra. So, and Boganantar initiated Babaji into the practice of Kriya Kundalini Pranayama. So, Bogar means enjoyer. He enjoyed everything. So, if you gave him the middle finger, he would enjoy it. If it rained outside today and he got his clothes all wet, he would just enjoy it. So, whatever God gave him, Boganantar enjoyed it. So, I always try to keep that perspective. So, if you give me a middle finger, I enjoy it. If you give me an ice cream cake for my birthday, I enjoy it. And you know, if a 40 ounce is nice and cold in 7-Eleven, I enjoy it. So whatever you get, enjoy it, you know? So,
Yeah.
and don't be attached to it, you know, like sometimes when I'm doing my sadhana outside, my morning asanas, a butterfly comes and lands on me, and then he flies away. I enjoy the moment me and the butterfly had together, and I don't try to capture it more. I just enjoy it for the time it was. So whatever you do, my friend, just enjoy it as much as you can.
Yeah, and maybe even like having a sense of humor over everything, good or bad, just like kind of laugh at it. It's like a superpower. Like, oh, I got a flat tire today. I don't know, just trying to find the humor in everything. It's a good thing too.
Yeah, most of these yogis, they're happy no matter what, you know? And most people think they should be the most unhappy people, but they're the most happy people because they don't get attached to anything. I mean, they're not even attached to their physical body. They look at their physical body as like changing clothes. So, and my guru, he's always like happy, happy, happy. Like, you know, like he'll walk past me and I'll be like doing like, I don't know, the full wheel pose. And I'm like, okay, can I come down, Baba? He's like, no, more happiness, right? Too serious. Don't overthink it, right? So, and he are you happy today for Vedagurudev? I'd be like, yes, Baba, I'm happy. Good.
I'm
Stay
happy.
happy. You know? Are you unhappy? Yes, I'm unhappy today. It's like the record skips, right? Why? Oh, I don't know. I just don't feel good today. Feel good every day. Not so serious. You're thinking too much. No thinking, just doing. stay happy. So it always help keep me in that mindset and that mind frame of always try to keep permanent happiness as much as you can, no matter what happens. And I always like when they say in yoga, no matter if it's the end of the world, don't let anything shake your samadhi. So no matter what happens, nothing could bother me now. Like Ramayana Maharishi said, when the Indian newspaper asked him to divine enlightenment, he said, nothing could bother me now. I can't be bothered. Uh, whatever happens in the external world, I have no control over it. So getting angry or mad about it, makes no sense. So just let it go and try to keep a smile on your face as much as you can. If you get a flat tire, enjoy changing the flat tire or enjoy calling AAA or enjoy it for what it is. But it takes some work because it takes some work because you have to realize nothing really happens the way you want it to happen. Like most people think that these yogis, they have a perfect life because everything kind of aligns for them and happens the way. They just have a better perspective and they're more prepared and have the tools to overcome it when it does happen. So yogis go through it also,
Back to the homeless, I was, thinking about when everything that you have, when everything's been taken away, then you're kind of free. So I think those homeless people are, in a sense, you could see it from that perspective, as they are like free and they really don't have any worry. Well, they do have some worries, but it's like money seems to be the root of all evils in a sense. But yeah, I would say those homeless people, some of them do seem to be happy, actually.
Yeah, like when I went to the Himalayan mountains, we never talked about money. I can't even think of one time that money was even a thing. It was just freeing. Like, you didn't have to worry about a job. You didn't have to worry about mortgage or car payments or any kind of bills. You just kind of walked around and wherever it took you, that's where you laid your head. I mean, we had other things like, well, what are we going to eat today, or how are we going to protect ourselves from the very cold Himalayan weather or the elements. But besides that, it was pretty smooth sailing. Like you didn't really have anything you had to worry about. Like I can stay in this cave for as long as I have food to eat, and
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about the bill collector calling my phone or whatever. I don't have no bills, I mean, my favorite story, back to Ramayana Maharishi, when he got to the place of his ashram, he took all his rupees, Indian money, and just threw it into the lake. I don't want to touch this dirty money anymore. I'm going to be free of money. And he got his wish. So
I don't know. I like how Albert Saps thinks. He's like, maybe many homeless are agori and don't even know it. Yeah.
yeah, or maybe agoris are the most spiritually evolved people. Like my guru would say, we might not have a lot of physical money, but in the bank of Babaji, we are definitely spiritual millionaires. So maybe if these homeless people saw that this was a path that they need to really get back on track, they would use this as an opportunity to go inside themselves as much as possible. Like I told a story a while ago. There was one guy who was a big drug dealer, and he went to prison. And right when he went into prison, they put him in the, what they call it, the hole, the shoe, like solitary confinement. And when he was in solitary confinement, he found meditation and inner work. So when they came to get him out, he said, "Close the door. I'm not finished." So that's a good metaphor. Like sometimes this is the opportunity that you need. When the C word thing happened to me, I could have sat home. I could have watched a bunch of movies. I could have ate a bunch of donuts or whatever, but I really saw it as an opportunity to do my inner work. Like, this is the blessing I've been looking for. You had to stop my sadhana practice and go to work, but now I could really go as deep as possible. When I asked my guru, like, Baba, what do I do? He said, if you can't go outside, go inside. So that's the way I kind of look at it too. Maybe this is the opportunity. Being homeless, you don't really have any attachments. You don't have any commitments. You could just do your inner work as much as possible. Find a beautiful tree, ground yourself under that tree, and do the inner work and see all the beauty that is free and readily accessible to you in the present moment. So if I was homeless, I would take that opportunity to do as much inner work and find myself as much as I can.
Yeah.
The path of Kriya Yoga is called the self-realization path. So maybe this is an opportunity to realize your inner self. I mean, that's basically what the Agoris are doing. They're renunciating the whole world. They want to not take a shower. They want to stink as much as possible. They want to look as scary as possible. They want to sleep in the cemetery. They want to be as far removed from society as possible to do their inner work. So I respect that part of them for sure.
Do you think more sensitive people are drawn to spirituality? But then I think about you, Vedagurudev, and you just had like a major Kundalini experience, and that like woke you up. And then I don't know, like people that hit rock bottom, they find spirituality. But I don't know. I was thinking, were you sensitive as a DJ, or were you like totally insensitive?
I was totally insensitive. I didn't care about nothing but myself, you know? I
Yeah.
was totally consumed with my ego body. I didn't care about anything. I was anti-sensitive. I thought sensitivity made me less of a man. So I was totally in my ego and I don't know, macho in my thinking. Like the world revolves around me. I don't revolve around it. So that was more my mindset. So I didn't care
Yeah.
about nobody but myself at that time. That was 100% for sure. So I wasn't sensitive to anybody else's need. I kind of pre-Kriya Yoga looked at everybody else like losers, and I was so smart, and they were so below me, you know, like I'm the king of the universe, and what are these peasants talking about? So yeah, I realized the error in my ways when I got on the path of Kriya Yoga, but yeah, I was definitely not a sensitive guy. So
Yeah.
that's why I always say if I could do it, anybody could do it, because I was the worst yogi in the history of the universe. I never applied any of the yogic principles or the yamas or the niyamas or anything in my daily life pre-Kriya Yoga. So
Yeah, it seems like something major has to happen for people to wake up. Some people, I'm not going to say all, but yeah, you know, like I need
yeah,
to change my ways.
like my guru said, your whole life you become a master of distraction. You find comfort sleeping in that trash can of the external Maya delusional world. So it's very hard, like, to dial it back or throw away all the trash that doesn't serve you. You become hypnotized by like the narrative, and you become a hoarder of distractions. Like your monkey mind loves it, eats that ego food of distractions. So it loves those distractions. So you collect all this trash mountain of distractions your whole life. So to burn that mountain down and go back to zero takes a little bit of work, but it's definitely possible. If I could do it, anybody else could do it. That's for sure. Just takes the right mindset and the right perception, and you should be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and you know what you said about people hitting rock bottom, and that's when they crawl through that, they come through that door. Sometimes they're crying or whatever, and it's that program really helped me spiritually, because it's a spiritual program and it
Mm.
shares a lot of the same principles as yoga does. And it was a really kind of profound experience. I stayed in there for like two years or so, but you know they do make you, well, nobody can make you, but you know they want you to say and admit that you're an alcoholic, you know, which I had a problem with that, you know. I'm like, I didn't really think, I felt more like an alcohol abuser, so I didn't like saying, I'm Paul, I'm an alcoholic. That's the first thing you do. You go around the room and each person tells who they are, and they will follow it by I'm an alcoholic, which I did say it, but you know I didn't really feel like that was true. Like, but yeah, I don't know, but it was a good experience for me, and I had a lot of profound experiences in there. It also got me out of my shell, you know, like I was always a very shy person. I didn't like to speak in front of other people. You know, one on one, I'm fine, but like in a big crowd and here you're talking and there's like 12 or 15 people around the table and you're like spilling your, you know, stuff right out in front of them. So it really, you really can get a good bond, you know, in the same way that we get a nice bond here in our Satsang and with our little tribe here. So it really helped me, even though I'm still drinking, but but eventually, you know, that will stop.
Yeah, that's why, like, I like what you said. Like, I like these satsangs because it's hard to find like-minded people on the spiritual path or on the same level where you can let it off your chest, because you can't really find people on the spiritual path that can relate. So it's good to have somebody that some people or some community or like-minded individuals that you could talk to and get it off your chest. Like people who understand. Like if somebody says like Babaji told me this or that, I would say, yeah, I understand because he's told me too. So I I understand where you're coming from. But yeah, it's sometimes good to get around like-minded people or a community that can help uplift you and they understand what you're going through because they've been through it themselves. So
Yeah,
it's
so
good to have that experience.
they call us chip collectors, and these are the chips that I collected. Each of these silver chips
Mm.
are
Yeah.
failures, supposedly. These are times when these are all silver chips, each one. And then here's a green one that, you know, indicates a certain amount of months that you passed. And then there, you know, there's different colors, you know, so that's like my history of AA right there. You know, a lot of restart, you know, back to zero. You know, you'll come, you know, I messed up, I drank, you know, I'm ready to start again. You know, they'll give you another silver chip and bam, bam, bam. But it's interesting. It's an interesting program, and you know, it kind of makes you want to not go back to the silver chip. You know, you
Mm.
wanted to keep going. You know, but
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that AA helped you overcome. Yeah, sometimes you need people who have gone through what you're going through at the present day. Like that's also why I like our school also, because like I also say too, like all the questions that all of our members have had, I've had myself. So I've had many silver chip moments my damn self, right? You
Yeah.
know, I've questioned this path a million times. So if I had a silver chip for every time I questioned why am I on this path, I'd probably be a millionaire in the silver chip bank, you know. so, so even me, I go through it. So yeah, but it's good to have that perspective and just keep going. And like, yes, sometimes you don't want to go back to that silver chip. Like, I got enough of these silver chips. Let me just keep on the green chip, you know. I want more greens. I don't want more silvers, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard to look at yourself and face yourself. Like, I don't know, I have a lot of stuff I need to face. I feel like the Kriya Yoga schools helped me face a lot of things that I didn't want to face because I am a work in progress. So, um,
Yeah, it's good to go in the bathroom and just look yourself in the mirror and say, all right, well, let me face myself and let me try to do my inner work, and tomorrow's a new day. Try to do better than I did today, and face myself. But yeah, that's probably the hardest thing, like realizing your true self. And it's a lot easier and a lot lazier to blame other people for your own things that you should take responsibility for. So my guru used to say, instead of pointing at other people, point that finger right at yourself and do better and take responsibility, and say, I could do better. Like, I don't want to blame anybody else. I need to do better, and I need to do my inner work, and I need to take the high road, and I need to take responsibility for the actions that I do. So yeah, but it does take some work, you know. Those demons are hiding in the closet. Those skeletons are in that closet, and it's hard to open that closet door and address them. But it's possible. If I could do it, anybody else can do it. But I'm still, like I always say, I'm always a house under construction, never finished, right?
yeah,
There's things I could do better, there's things I could do worse, you know, or just keep going and try to do the best you can. That's all you really can do in the present moment.
yeah. I like what you say, like go down to your basement and move those boxes out. I like to like imagine like burning them and just watch them go up in smoke. Like clean the
Light
basement
your
Yeah,
out.
my
house on fire.
yeah, like my guru always used to say, go down to your basement, open the windows, sweep out all the dust. You got all these boxes in front of your door to God, throw them all away. Then they're not necessary. Clean all this junk you think that serves you. It doesn't really serve you anymore, and only do what serves you in the present moment. So yeah, I like that visualization too. Going down to your basement, like most people don't want to go down to their basement and clean it up. Like, oh, I dread that, you know, that dirty basement. That's going to be a lot of work, but you'll feel good when you really open the windows and sweep out all the dust and let your basement breathe, you know. All those boxes that are blocking the door to God, throw them all away. They no longer serve you.
Yeah. Did you have something to say, Paul?
Oh, I was just gonna say, my daughter had told me she was expecting a letter from a friend that had just joined the Navy, and the letter did arrive today. So, I had been drinking, and I looked at that letter, and I was like, I saw it was coming from boot camp. He's going to Great Lakes. Now that's the only boot camp, but back in the day when I joined, I went to my boot camp in Orlando, and there was also one in San Diego, but now it's just Great Lakes, and we used to call it Great Mistakes because it's freezing there, and nobody wants to deal with that kind of cold and harsh weather. I had to deal with a lot of heat, but and that's better to me than the cold that they had to suffer through. But I just when that letter came, it just like reminded me. It gave me like a flashback of like my days, and I just remembered how important it was. You had left your family and everything you knew for the unknown, and you have no communication during the besides letters. You know, you can't call any. Well, I think they give you one phone call or something when you first get there to tell your folks that you're okay, but after that, it's just if you get a letter. So letters were so important, and I was just thinking about that guy, the kid, just knowing exactly what he's going through, and just it just brought back a lot of memories. And you know, then I started thinking about some dark stuff that happened, you know, because yeah, shortly after I got out, I had just gotten married, and I had no direction in my life. And shortly after I got out of boot camp, and then it took a while to get my wife to out to California where I was living, and then later she told me she had cheated on me, and like I was just like that was like devastating. And so it brought all that back, and I started, having some emotional releases and stuff.
Mm.
And just thinking about those times, and it's just not a good thing. But maybe I need the emotional release. Not that I have any like attachments to that woman anymore, but it was just a matter of you love someone and then they betray you in the worst way. And so, that was one shield that got put up on my heart after that, so it's just different, like when you're young and you're first in love, like it's hard to get that same feeling back, once love, you've had it and then it's been shattered and things like that, so all those thoughts hit me. And, you know, so I don't know if do you think it's good to release emotionally in such a way?
Yeah, definitely get it all out. Like you don't want to hold on to that. How would my guru say this? He's like, you don't want to carry this trash with you. You want to throw it all away. You want to let it all out. So it's good to not keep it inside. It's good to like emotionally release all the emotions out. Let them all go. Like don't keep them inside. Like let it all go and exhaust all those emotions out of your system. Like that's why like Patanjali's emotional release technique is a good technique because it helps you to realize that this doesn't serve you anymore in the present moment. Like you said earlier, like I ate a cheeseburger 10 years ago. So what? So it's it's good to go down memory lane sometimes, but more as like a detached witness instead of getting emotionally evolved. Or sometimes you need to exhaust those emotions and just let it go, like almost like water under the bridge. Like like in my house, when I go up my stairs, I have pictures of me going up the Himalayan mountains. So every day I go up to the second floor, it's like I'm walking up the Himalayan mountains. And every day I come down, it's like I'm coming down from the Himalayan mountains. But it's good to, I like taking a trip down memory lane, but I'm not really attached to it. So you just kind of, like I said, go down to that basement and throw away all the stuff that really doesn't serve you. That's why I like our Yagna too. You really see like it, all your problems go up in smoke and no longer serves you. So it's a good way to kind of emotionally release all that and get that out of your system and let it go.
Then I've got with my last wife, it was a different story. She never cheated on me, but we just kind of grew apart. And like at her age and our age, I would say, I'm 61, and she's a few years younger than me, but that's still kind of old for a woman. And she had put all her eggs in my basket in a sense, and like I feel like guilt over that. And like the other day I saw her. She's at the shop. I pay rent to be there, and she still runs her real estate business out there. And I just saw her sitting there in the office, and as I'm driving away, a wave of guilt hit me, and just thinking, sadness about the way that ended. And but it was just, it's just, she just wasn't on the same, vibrating as the same as me anymore. And a lot of, over that 25 years, there was a lot of good times, and we had 2 good kids and everything. But I feel guilt because, for a man, it's much easier. Like if that's your wish to get, remarried, it's pretty easy for a man. But for a woman, they say men like age more gracefully or something, but it's just different. It's different for men and women. So at her age, like if she were to want to get with another man, I don't see that happening for her. Like, I don't know if, I don't think she really wants that, but I just feel guilty, like, that I kind of abandoned her, I feel.
Yeah, well, I mean, my guru would say guilt is the worst because it's like an attack on your soul. So, I mean, these things happen the way they happen, and you really can't really get attached to it or feel guilty about it. Like, well, that's the way it happened. So, you know, nothing's really going to happen the way you want it to happen. So you just kind of got to be like the detached witness and just witness your life the same way you witness a movie, like with no really kind of skin in the game. You just say, well, that's the way it went. That's the way it went. What can you do? I i tried to do the best I could, and that's what happened. So yeah, but I understand, like it's difficult out there, and it's almost like coulda, shoulda, woulda. What I wish things would have worked out better. I wish this, but you kind of got to come to the realization things happen the way they happen, and there's no way to do it over. It's kind of water under the bridge.
True.
Something I wonder about, like, does leaving a relationship like create new karma? Or I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's any way out of not creating new karma. I don't know, but I need to do what's best for me. So I don't know, people are gonna be mad at me, like, but I have to do what's best for me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just do what's best for you, and let the chips fall where they may, if you know what I'm saying. Like you have to be the king of your castle, and you have to be in control. And I used to like when my father would say, well, they can't get double mad at you. So if people are going to be mad, they can't get more mad at you. So if they're going to get mad, that's their problem, not really your problem. You're just living your life. And people like to control you and get you to do what they want. Just do what you want. Do what uplifts you and makes you happy, and let it happen. They could come along for the ride if they want, or if they don't agree, then they could stay where they're at. But I'm going this direction. We're either going together or we're not going together. You decide. But I'm not going to feel guilty for a decision that you made. You know, make make the best decision you can. But yeah, I get it. Like, believe me, in my case, I wish my daughter would be more accepting of the Kriya yoga path, and I wish other people would do this, but I got to respect they're on their own divine timing. So nothing's really going to work out the way I really want it to work out. It's going to work out the way it works out, and that's what it's going to be, and I accept it either way. If it goes to the right, if it goes to the left, I accept it both ways. So that's kind of the way I look at it. But you are the king of your castle, and you make the best decisions for your life. And if other people don't accept them, that's more their problem than it is your problem. And I want to be with somebody that uplifts me and helps me do better. I want pluses in my life. I don't want minuses in my life, right? So if you uplift me, then that's a plus. I want you to be with me. If you are minus from me, then that's dragging me down. I want you to be away from me. So like that type of perspective, like a lot of people want to be with you and change you to be
Yeah.
their perception of you, and you can't let anybody else's perception become your own perception. You got to do what's best for you. So, but it's difficult out there for sure. I'm not trying to say it's easy to be a blissful yogi. It definitely is not. I remember when my guru told me, Vedagurudev, you got to be in the world, but not of the world. You can't stay in the Himalayan mountains with us. And I just wanted to stay there forever, but I get it. We need more people holding up the white flag than the black flag. There's too many black flags already. So, but it's difficult, like it definitely takes some inner mastery to get through this, navigate this crazy Maya delusional physical 3D world, But if you wake up with a smile on your face and you like, all right, great. Today is April 30th and tomorrow will be May 1st. Thank God I'm alive, It's so beautiful. The sun came out today. I don't care what happens. Everything else is a bonus from this day on, And I'm not, no matter what happens, I'm not going to get attached to any narrative, or I'm not going to let anything shake my happiness. I'm going to just try to be as happy as possible in the present moment. But it definitely takes some inner mastery. Let's say it like that,
Yeah.
You definitely need some tools in your toolbox for sure.
Another thought that did cross my mind was, and this is another day I had been drinking and I was freaking out about my eyes because it's scary. And at the end of the day, that's when my vision's the worst. I'm like, I got floaters going across and I'm just like, I can't see worth shit. And I'm just getting all like upset about it. And I came home and my daughter was there. And then I started thinking about, oh, she's been vaxxed. And so that thought hit me and I was like, I no longer know if, she knows what I think about the vax. And like now I'm thinking to myself, should I have even told her this negative thing about the vaccine? Because now I've placed a seed in her head that maybe it is bad. Maybe she'll get myocarditis. But if she didn't know anything about that and she thinks nothing's going to happen because of that virus, that's better, because belief is kind of everything. I think in a way, kind of like the placebo effect. So like, I don't know if I should say anything bad about the vaccine, but in a sense I have to, as her father, tell her I don't think she should take the vaccine, but she's in a situation where she has to take it. So I really don't know what to do in that instance. I don't know. Like I've just decided I've already like spit that out. So I'm not going to say anything else about it because I don't want her getting any kind of negative thought in her brain about what that is
Yeah, in yoga they say think disease and you have disease. Don't think disease and you don't have disease. And this is a really kind of tough thing to say, right? I mean, it sounds easy for a yogi to say that, but like you kind of, how could I put this? You the way they subconsciously get their narrative across, they have to make you kind of attached to the narrative. And once you're attached to the narrative, you go down with the ship. So like in your daughter's case, like it might be better that she didn't know that she got the vaccine. and I would just let her kind of not bring it up, because it kind of plants a seed that maybe this can affect me. And once you start going down that spiral, that rabbit hole, then you start attaching more to the negative than the positive. I would just how can I say, make a conducive environment where it's more positive than negative. Like these people out here, their control method is fear. So once you're in a state of fear, it's more easier for you to do stuff that you don't want to do, right? Like, if you don't get this vaccine, you can't work here. Well, I need to work, I need a job, and I need to pay bills. So it kind of tricks you into doing something that you don't want to do. But yeah, it's a tough thing to think about, because people who have all the power can get you to do stuff that you don't want to do. But if you don't, I would say in my case, one of the most financially freeing things is I'm in a state where I don't need other people's money. So I'm like, I'm not doing any of that. Your money's no good over here. But when you're in a state when you need other people's money, then you're more easily controlled, because you do stuff that you normally wouldn't agree with. So my father always used to say, we want to get to a place where we have FU money. we don't need other people's money, like, no, your money's no good over here. And that's like one of the most liberating things. Like, I'm not doing any of that. Like, I don't know. Like, I want you to hurt a child so you could get some money. No thanks. Your money's no good over here. I'm not hurting any innocent soul. I'm not doing anything. I don't want your money. Take this job and shove it. But I mean, it takes some work, like, it sounds good on paper, but when you go to the electric company and like, yeah, I quit my job because they didn't understand me. They're like, well, no electricity for you. So it takes some work, or I don't know. It's a difficult thing to say, but I understand. Like, believe me, my 15-year-old daughter, I would like her to not get attached to the narrative, not not believe what they say on the internet. But that hypnotism, that slot machine of social media is strong. Man, it's strong. So I just try to keep the best positive atmosphere, and hope that my sadhana and my higher vibrations indirectly affect her and help uplift her. But yeah, it's difficult out there, like that social media slot machine, that hypnotism, that nationalist identity. Man, it'll get you for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard one. How do you shed doubt and worry? I don't know. How do I surrender? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm being controlled all the time. I don't know how to shed it.
Yeah, to shed it. I mean, I would say that being in the Kriya Yoga School Masterclass, you have some tools in your toolbox where it's more easier for you to shed these things. I feel compassion for the people that don't have the tools to meditate, breathe, overcome what having the mindset and the perception that this doesn't serve you in the present moment. So like, it's definitely a war zone out there. And even in my case, I'm like, Oh boy, I'm gonna have to go out there into the world in Thailand, and I'm gonna have to go buy some groceries or go buy some food. And man, I know they're out there. They're waiting for me. They're driving. There's no traffic laws in Thailand. They got a million motorcycles. They're all driving the wrong way. They're, like it's a total chaos and war zone out there, and they're gonna try to get in my skin and dance around. When I go in the store, there's gonna be somebody who has a mask on, and they're gonna see me, and they're gonna tighten up their mask, the virtual signal that I'm more inferior. I'm more superior to you, and you're lower than me, and you're just a dirt bag, and I'm the cleanest, most purest individual. And my girl used to say, "We're 24 hours a day yogis. We don't take advice from Sunday yogis," if you know what I'm saying. So it's the same thing as in America, right? Like people go to church on Sunday and they think they're superior. Like, oh, I went to church. I know what God is way more than you. Like, so they're always trying to project that the superiority onto you, but you can't let it get to you. You just gotta. Yea, though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. So just let the sea part and let them not affect you. But it
Yeah.
definitely takes some work because they're coming for sure. Even in my case, I feel my Cavachim shield getting pinged all day. It's like a meteor shower. Ding, 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 ding. Like, wow. Oh, wow. And some days are better than other days, or some days are worse than other days. But you just got to keep going and keep your chin up and your chest out, and keep walking. No matter what happens, don't let nothing shake your inner spirituality or your inner divinity, and just keep moving as much as you can, and don't look back. Just keep moving forward. But
Yeah,
it takes some work for sure.
yeah. Yeah, you just made me think of something like I don't know, dealing with people like Christians. I don't know, they feel like I need to believe what they believe in so I'll be saved. I don't know, everybody feels like their religion, their beliefs more superior. But I guess it's just not, I don't know, don't let it affect me. Like,
Yeah, my football team is better than your football team. My perception of God is better than your perception of God. So I don't like the dogma version of the church or religious belief. Like, let me tell you a story what God's doing now. Like, who knows what God is doing? I think I posted a video the other day, and it was like, what is God thinking now? And I was like, how would I know what God's thinking? That's way beyond. That's above my pay grade. A God defined is a God confined. I don't want to define God at all. The source, I have no clue what the source is doing.
yeah,
And anybody who tells you they do know what the source is doing is probably misguided also. Like, who knows? I can't even comprehend or begin to understand what source energy is doing, in this present moment. So, and when people like, let me tell you a story about God, like, how do you know what God is doing? Like, so like my guru always used to say, we don't get attached to the stories, we do our own inner work. Like, these are good stories around the campfire, but how does this story serve you in the present moment? So I don't know. So like yeah, but when people try to tell me about what God is doing or what God said, I tend to try to get away from those type of people, because who knows what God. I have no clue what God's doing.
yeah,
But yeah, they're out there. They're definitely going to tell you. They're definitely going to project their God onto you. Let me tell you what you should believe. Believe whatever resonates with you. Like I always say in our Kriya Yoga school, what is the best practice? The best practice is whatever uplifts you and makes you feel the best. That is the best practice. What is the best perception of God? Whatever makes you feel the best and uplifts you. Whatever you resonate with, that is the best perception of God. Don't let other people's God become your God, you know? So that's kind of the way I look at it. So do what resonates the best for you and works best for you, and that will probably be the best perception of God. But I mean, I even think like saying the word God is kind of ugly and crude to something that is beyond crude physical words. Something such a beautiful, spiritual, uplifting energy is kind of crude to put these physical words, these three letters on such a magical divine being, let's say it like that. I mean, in my perception, I can't say for sure, but yeah. So that's why I like when the yogis say a God defined as a God can find. I definitely don't want to put God in a box. This is the name that God goes by. This is what God is doing. This is what God said. This is God's direct email. I
Yeah.
want no part of that ego play at all. You know, I have no clue. You know, that's my best answer. So when I watched that video back the other day, I was kind of laughing. I was like, I have no clue what God's thinking or what God is doing or anything like that. So yeah, don't let other people's God become your God. Let's say it like that. Whatever God makes you feel the best and uplifts you and helps you get you through the day, that probably is the best God. So when people ask me what is the best mantra or what is the best God to pray to in yogic tradition, I say whichever one resonates the best with you, that is the best God. And I don't want to judge anybody's God. You know, whatever works best for you, that is the best God to have. So that is the best mantra to have. Whatever God makes you feel good and gives you that inner uplifting, tingling feeling, that is the best God, I would say.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if God even has any thoughts. Maybe God, it's just like a, I don't know. Why would God? I don't know. I don't even. Again, I have nothing to verify. Why would God even? God, I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah, true.
I don't know. This is another God question you can't even answer. But if God wanted us to receive moksha, like liberation, why did He create? Or I don't want to say He. Why did He Maya be created? I don't know. Is that just to test us?
I mean, I can't say for sure. In my opinion, you need some kind of how would I say this? Can contract how would I
Yeah,
contrast
like a
in your life, like you if if everything is bliss, you can only know bliss by not having bliss, right? So if there's no depression, you have nothing to really kind of compare it to. So you kind of need some suffering because you would take bliss for granted. So you kind of need that contrast to compare like what is good and what is so-called bad, I would say. Like without no contrast, you wouldn't know the difference. You you would take for granted the happiness and bliss you have. But if you've been in a place of depression or suffering, you kind of enjoy the breath of fresh air that bliss is when it comes. Let's say it like that. So I I think in my opinion, I can't say for sure, but I would just say you kind of need that thing to compare, that measurable thing, that gauge, so you know what what is right and what is so-called wrong, I would say. But that's a tough question to
yeah.
ask, right? You know, like I mean that is always the main question. If God is so good and he is so powerful, why is there suffering in the world? Why does children have to go through suffering and this type of thing? And this is a difficult question to ask. But I would say, in my opinion, that to know what true enlightenment is or true bliss is, you kind of need the contrast of, all right, I've been in suffering, I've been in depression, so I know what that is. I don't want to go back to there. That's like going to jail. I want to go be a free bird and I want to fly. I don't want to be a bird in a cage. I want to be a bird that flies and feels the sun shining on its wings, So, but yeah, this is a question that's difficult to ask,
Yeah.
answer, like, I mean, this is the part of the timeless question of God that's been asked since the beginning of time. So
Yeah. Why?
why do I need to go through all these trials and tribulation? Wouldn't it be a lot easier to just all my bills were paid and I could just sit in the cave in the Himalayan mountains and just enjoy myself, Why do I have to go through these stages or these different levels of so-called suffering before I can ascend?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with your statement. Like, it's a contrast, between, just you have to like have been there and been able to see the evil and stuff to really get a greater appreciation of goodness and everything like that. And there's a Bible story. Who knows if these are true? And I know one being is not made above another being, but they said that the fallen angels were jealous because we were created to be like above them by our experiences that we experience here. Like, we were made in God's image, and the angels did not get to come down here and like do the human experience thing. And so that's why some of these fallen angels, they were jealous, and they wanted to run the show themselves. But that sounds like a likely reason for us to experience the contrast. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, and yeah, sometimes even on my path, like, how could I say? I feel like certain beings, astral beings, look at us who are really doing the physical work, then like as almost kind of heroes. Like, wow, we're up here on our cloud, but this guy is really on the front line doing the inner work. Like, he's really down there with all the all the Maya and the delusion and all the suffering and the depression, and it, like, he's really doing the work. He's not talking about it, he's there.
So that brings up a good question. Like, do you think we volunteered to come down here, or was it like we have to?
I mean, I can't say for sure, but in my perception, I would say that I basically think that I would say what people say about the soul contract kind of resonates with me. I mean, I sometimes doubt it. Like, why would I sign a soul contract to go through all this when, but it gives you more of a contrast. Like, I know from a physical 3D perception that, because I experienced it, I know what it's like to go through suffering and depression because I've experienced it. That's why I don't want people to think like I'm this blissed out yogi because I'm a Kriya yogi and I'm on the path. I've been where they've been. I've asked the same questions that they've asked. I know exactly how they feel because I felt that way myself. So I think I would say, in my perception, I think, like, reflecting on it, that I made a soul contract to go as far off the yogic path to see if I could find my way back. And it was almost like a breath of fresh air. Like Babaji was like, "What took you so long to get on this path? Man, you were having too much fun. I thought I almost lost you to another reincarnation." So that's kind of why I felt like, man, if I don't wake this guy up from his Maya delusion, he's going to stay in that delusion. And we're going to have to go through this again and again. Let's just try to wake him up. And when I did wake up, I did felt like a breath of fresh air. Like, oh yeah, this is what I was supposed to be doing. So I would say, in my opinion, I think I did kind of sign a soul contract. Like, well, if I'm going to go back, I'm going to go as far off the path, and I'm going to go as far in my ego as I can. If I can find my way back, then I'll know I'm on the right track. So, but yeah, I in my opinion, I do think you sign a soul contract, you know, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. And plus, like when we're not here, we're probably quite fearless, and we're like, oh yeah, I could do that, no problem, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think you get the memory wipe, because if you knew who you really were, then you wouldn't do, and you'd be on easy mode. Like, I know I can't die, so why should I even go through this spiritual growth or this spiritual evolution, or why should I do the inner work? You know? So that's kind of why I think you have to have that memory wipe or that veil put over your face so you can't realize who you are. Because if you realize who you are, you really wouldn't do the inner work, because you know what the end of the game is already. So it's almost like a cheat code.
Yeah. On that thought, like if I had a soul contract and there's certain things I need to accomplish, sometimes I think maybe it's a gift if I don't get what I want, because it's like totally off track of what I'm supposed to be doing. So maybe not getting what I want is a gift. And I don't know, it wasn't good for me. And I don't know, like the job, the relationship, the possessions, anything I wanted, it wasn't meant for me. So I'm being protected by not getting what I want. But I don't know, the rejection of not getting what I want, it hurts. Like, boo. But yeah, maybe it's a gift to not get what I want.
Yeah, I understand. Like, this world doesn't really happen the way you want it to happen. It happens the way it happens. So, like, sometimes things you think you do want almost become a gift when you don't get it, because it kind of gives you that cheat code or that lightning path where you don't, if you could win a marathon in the first 500 steps, what would be the point of going through the whole process of the marathon? So it's more of you begin to realize it's more of a marathon than a sprint. Like, these are some things you need to go through to greatly more appreciate the spiritual path than not appreciate the spiritual path. But it's difficult. Believe me, I question myself every day also, it's difficult out here. Am I doing the right thing? Why should I do all this work and not really see any benefits from it, and this and that? And you just got to have the perspective of keep going and see how far this thing takes you, and enjoy the ride. Be an enjoyer. Enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah, looking back at my life, I've had a lot of life experience, and I can now look back at some of the bad things that I would say were bad, and I can see what the lesson was there, and like, for example, the wife cheating on me, and that just, it tells me that God is like, I'm not going to get my happiness from another human being, and it has to come from God, So that's kind of that lesson. But, each different thing that I experienced, there's a lesson there, and it's it's more easy now for me to go back and say, oh, okay, that happened, and this is the lesson that I should pull out of that, and just keep evolving in that way.
Yeah, I agree with you. You begin to realize that happiness is internal, not external. So if you're looking for happiness in other people and other things, it's almost going to be like a fleeting kind of temporary happiness, like holding water in your hand. Like when you have happiness inside you, then you don't really look for happiness anywhere else, because you realize happiness is inside you as you. But there are a lot of psyops and mind tricks to try to get you believe this will make you more happier. If you do this, this will make you more happier, because those master manipulators in the marketing space realize that if you realize you already have happiness, they can't sell you happiness. They can't monetize happiness, because you already have all the happiness you need inside you as you. So all you have to do is really unlock it or realize it. But yeah, if you're looking for happiness externally, it's only going to be like a temporary band-aid or a temporary fleeting kind of happiness. But when you carry happiness with you 24 hours a day, then no one can really take that from you, because you have happiness. And when someone tries to sell you happiness, you realize it's a lie and it's a joke to you almost, because they're trying to sell you something that they don't have. But it's powerful out there. They got a lot of tricks and buzzwords and hooks and all kinds of stuff, to trick your mind, to your subconscious.
For sure.
Just to let you guys know, Donnie left. He says, "Namaste to everyone. I'm hopping off early. Love you all. Love in all we do."
Love you too, Donnie.
Yeah, I'm happy you came.
Yeah, happy you came.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stretch out my feet for a second.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
A question we always ask is like, why am I here? And like, I don't know, like maybe it's like to share our gifts, or I don't know. We do have a purpose, just trying to figure it out. Like, what is my mission here? And I don't know. It seems like everybody wants to know what their purpose is, but I don't know. What would you say to people that don't really have any aspirations and have no purpose? They don't want to have a purpose. I don't know. Some people don't seem to want anything. Like I don't know.
I mean, I don't really have a purpose. I'm just
Yeah.
kind of going with the flow myself.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would say trying to make too much sense out of it, you'll probably get disappointed. I don't even know what my purpose is. Like, I'm just trying to go with the flow and see where this takes me and do my inner work, and that's where it takes me. Like,
Yeah.
let's see at least I'll know what's gonna happen. Like, I don't want to be on my deathbed and be like, oh, I have regrets. I should have tried. I try everything and see what happens, and see what, maybe it worked, maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. We'll see what happens, Like, when I got on the path of Kriya Yoga, I really I got initiated as many times as I could. I got it certified as many times as I could. I wanted to learn every asana. I wanted to learn every pranayama. I wanted to learn every meditation, every mantra, so I could have a wealth of knowledge that I could see, right? I want to know everything. So if somebody told me, like, if you open your third eye, it's dangerous because you're going to let demons in, I'll be like, nah, I know, because I've experienced the third eye. I've done the practice of opening the third eye. So those ghost stories that you're telling doesn't resonate with me, because I have my own experience. So I don't want people to tell me about what different asanas are. I know what they are because I did them, So when you have that wealth of experience, then no one can really tell you what is right or wrong, because you know for yourself. But yeah, I mean, my guru used to always say, too serious, Vedagurudev, too much thinking, not enough, less thinking, more doing, you know? So I don't even know, like at this point in my spiritual evolution, I don't even know what my purpose is, or I'm not even really trying to think about it. I'm just doing what I do and let it lead me where it leads me. And that's where I'll be. I'm not trying to overthink it too much. Like I'm just going with the flow, you know, not too serious, not too much thinking, just more surrendering and just going with the flow. Wherever it takes me, that's where it takes me, you know. And if one day I go before the council of elders or whatever, I'll be like, I did exactly what I did. Turn the page, you know.
Yeah,
So
maybe that's the trick, just going with the flow. What makes you excited? I don't know, having no regrets. Just whatever, like, I don't know, follow your bliss. Like,
yeah,
whatever.
like helping people, doing what resonates with you, do what makes you happy, not what other people think makes you happy. Just do the best you can with the tools you got, and I don't see really how you could go wrong. You just do the best you can. That's the best way I would say it. Like,
What would you say to someone who they've figured out this world is all Maya and that nothing really matters, and they think, okay, you know, this is all Maya, this is really just a dream that I'm going to wake up for, so nothing matters, I can just go ahead doing whatever, you know, bad, well, I would just call it bad stuff, you know, just drink, do this, I don't need yoga, anything like that. What would you say to that person?
I mean, I would say that it's probably better to have like a more perspective, like it's better to not give up. It's better to keep going, like putting one foot in front of the other and see how far it takes you. So like it if you just kind of give up and say, "Oh, this is a Maya world. I don't need no tools. I'm just gonna let happen what's gonna happen." It could be more overwhelming and it could overcome you. So I would just say like understand you're the king of your castle and you're in control, and you don't want other people's perceptions to become your perceptions, and you just do your inner work, do the techniques that uplift you and make you feel good and help get you through the day. These are the best techniques. And I would say the world is too overwhelming to try to, you know, it's like trying to fight King Kong without any weapons, you know? King Kong will overcome you every time. Like that tidal wave of the ocean of the Maya delusional world, well, you'll get swept in up in it. But if you have like some tools, you have a boat, you have some life preservers, you could overcome it a lot better, and you have a way better mindset to deal with the Maya delusional world. But it's tough out there. I'm not trying to lighten it at all. I understand like this Maya delusional world, it's a tough mountain to climb, that is for sure, you know. But if you have good hiking boots and you have good poles and you have good techniques, and Kriya yoga makes you feel better and uplifts you and helps get you through the day and gives you a better perspective, then it will help you in your daily life if you integrate it. Let's say it like that.
I kind of wonder what happens also to people that like commit suicide. I wonder if there's a penalty or if it's just a repeat, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, it's hard to say because no one. I mean, people say they've come back from that, but no one really says. I would say probably the second that you do that, you probably realize you made a mistake and it's too late to go back. Let's say it like that, in my perception. So I would just accept who you are in this present moment and try to do the best you can with what you got, you know? Like, regardless of what happens in the external Maya delusional world, become more the detached witness than attaching to any kind of narrative or any kind of identity. More be the detached kind of witness, and don't let anything affect you, no matter what it is, right? No matter who's president, no matter what NBA team wins a championship, no matter what happens in faraway places, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, don't let anything really affect you. Wake up with a smile on your face, enjoy nature, try to be the best person you can be, stay happy, love as many people as you can, unlimitedly. Try to be a beacon of hope, a lighthouse for people out there. Try to lead by example as best as you can. But I'm under no illusion that it's easy out here. It definitely is not. It's not easy for me, you know? I wake up some days, I don't want to do it either. I want to go back to sleep, you know? You know, I want to eat some Skittles today, you know? I want to go to Dairy Queen and buy a big birthday ice cream cake and eat it all myself, you know? I want to eat a full pizza myself. But you kind of realize that you can't go down that you can't give up that way. I look at myself like I made too much progress to go backwards. I want to go forward. I don't want to look back. Like I don't want to look in my rear view mirror. I want to look through the front windshield, if you know what I'm saying. So whatever happened before, that's water under the bridge. I'm going forward, and I'm gonna see how far that I can go on this Kriya yoga path, and see how far it takes me. And wherever it takes me, that's where it takes me.
Good answer.
Yeah. I
You
don't know, it
are
feels
my example.
I don't know, it feels good
Uh,
to have self-discipline. So it's makes you feel good, you know, when you conquer those things.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do the best I can in the present moment also. So if I'm a good example to you, Paul, I appreciate that. But I'm just like you. I don't want to be put on a pedestal. Believe me, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I treated my body like an amusement park. I've done all kinds of stuff, you know. I was probably the most addicted to sugar more than anybody before I got on the Kriya yoga path. So if I could do it, anybody could do it. So I just want to be a good example. Like uh, I've lived in my ego body. I've been 100. I'm trying to go back to 0. So if I could do it, anybody out there could do it.
I feel it would be a good experience for me to just rent a room from you for a couple of weeks and just stay with you and detox myself over there. I'd be too embarrassed to drink in front of you. And just like, yeah, just I need that, I think, one of these days.
Well, maybe that day will come sooner than later, you know?
You never know.
And yeah, you know, like I try to not project like this guru superhero projection. I'm just a regular guy on the path just like you. So I know exactly where you're coming from. And I relate to you, Paul. I'm from Miami also. So I relate to the 305 path, you know, the Coconut Grove path. So,
Yep.
you know, anytime you tell me you know, anything about Miami, I kind of know where you're coming from because I've lived that. So, and when I look at you, I kind of see myself in the mirror, you know, like Oh yeah, Miami, cool. You know, I went to University of Miami also, so Coral Gables, South Miami. You know, I lived in Miami Lakes, which is northwest Miami, by the stadium where the Dolphins play. So all Miami. So when I look at you, I see myself. So it'd be my pleasure to help you as much as I could overcome. Because
My dad,
no yogi.
Yeah.
What?
I
Go
was
ahead.
saying my dad was a professor at the University of Miami, engineering
Oh,
professor. Yeah.
go Canes.
And then
The Miami
we
Hurricanes.
got
The
Chad's
best.
another 305 brother.
Yeah, I think he's more of a 516 brother, West
Okay.
Palm Beach, but
True.
close enough, you know,
Yeah.
the what they call it, the Tri-County area, you know, West Palm Beach County, Broward County, Dade County, all the same. Tomato, tomato, you know. They're all our brothers, you know. I actually lived on the border. My father's from Hallandale, which is on the border of Dade County and Broward County. So I could actually throw a rock to Broward County from where he was at. So I love Broward County, Dade County, Palm Beach County. So all the same, you know, tomato, tomato, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Miami Hurricanes national championship. You know, I DJ'd many of their parties. So Coral Gables. Hopefully, we can return to the glory we had in the '90s, the old camouflage days.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I basically, when I see you, I see myself, and like all of our members, when I see Veronica, it's like a reflection of me. Like sometimes Veronica says, like, I hope this isn't a bad question. I was like, man, and I think like I had way worse questions than these, way more ego-based questions than any of these. These are easy questions compared to the stupid questions I asked my guru, for sure, right? I remember sometimes in the Himalayan mountains, he would just look at me like, come
Really?
on, Vedagurudev, really? Right, like, really? He would look at the other yogis and they would be like, oh, this guy needs some more work, right? Like, what kind of question is that? You know?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just thinking, Paul gave me a funny thought, like maybe coming to your house would be like spiritual rehab to detox our souls. like like
Yes.
get your soul straight. Come spend a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or maybe you would come to the realization Vedgurudev's just like me. He does
Yeah.
things in the daily life that you know, it reminds me of my guru used to say, like, one time we were at an ashram in the Himalayan mountains and there were all these backpackers, right? And he looked at him, he goes, you know, Vedagurudev, all these people spend thousands of dollars to come to India. Just go in your closet, close the door, and just have a meeting with yourself. And you'll save a lot of money and you'll get the same kind of spiritual involvement. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you don't need to get on a plane and come all this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you
Maybe.
do. I don't know. I would enjoy your company, you know. The only one of our members I met in person is Brian, so I would enjoy meeting other people.
Yeah.
For sure.
That'd be great. Or maybe I do need that. I do need that spiritual upliftment, like that confirmation from other members. It'll help uplift me also. Like
Yeah.
we're doing good work over here. We're helping people. You know, this guy Paul got on a plane all the way from Fort Worth, Texas, and flew, I don't know, 17 hours on a plane to come see me. I better get to work. You know, I
Yeah.
better
We
do.
all inspire
You
each
know,
other.
right. I need to do better. You know, like if he's gonna do all that work and go through all those airports and all that headache that just come see me, well, I better get to work and I better have some good things to say and I better do better too also. So
Well, get ready because it's coming.
Nice.
Oh, all right. I look forward to it. You know, you're always welcome in Thailand. All of our members, anytime you're ready to come. You know, when you get on the airplane, I'll make sure I go to Bangkok and pick you up. And
Yeah.
feel free to ask me whatever you want in real time. Right. I was telling Veronica a funny story. One of our newest members, you know, in our Kriya Yoga School, we have a thing where you could book a call with me, right? And me and Veronica tested it last night. It's on Google Meet, and you book a
Oh
call, and
yeah.
I'll come on there. One of our newest members, I got on there with him, and he was like, "Oh, it's you." And I was like, "Yeah, it's me, Vedagurudev." He was like, "Okay, I'm going to sign up to the school. I just wanted to make sure you were a real person. Like, real as can be. I'm right here. Do you have any questions about Kriya Yoga?" "No, not really. Just, I just wanted to make sure you're a real guy." I was like, "Yeah, I'm real." So I thought that was a funny story. Like, well, we got 30 minutes. Do you want to talk about anything? You have any problems you want to solve? You have anything you need to overcome? Nope, I'm good. See you on the inside. So, yeah. So if you need help, or you want me to solve any problems, or you want me to help you overcome whatever you're going through in your daily life, yeah, just book a call. Go there, kriyayogamasterclass.com. You'll see a button that says book a call. Pick the time on the calendar that works the best for you, and I'll go on a call with you, and we'll overcome it together. And this is also offered to all of our members too. If you're going through something and you need somebody to talk to, reach out to me. We'll try to solve your problems in real time and get through it together. So it's available to everybody, not new members, but all of our members. So Veronica tested it out with me last night, and we tried to overcome as many of our daily problems as we could in real time. Oh, did we have a question on YouTube? I think we lost Veronica. Can you hear us, Veronica?
Yeah, I saw her fiddling with her earpiece.
Maybe her earbuds died. Okay, maybe I should try to figure out how to use these comments. Well, do you have any questions, Paul?
No, I kind of read one comment, but I didn't see who it was from, telling me that there might be an isolation tank near me that I could get into or something, you know. That might be something interesting to try, but
Yeah, like what do they call it? Floating?
yeah.
Like you just float there? Yeah, that sounds cool. That would be cool to just float around let all your problems drift away, just floating in the ocean. In Thailand, they have a lot of these holidays. One's called Loy Krathong, where they make this floating flower, and they put all their problems on the flower, and they float it out to the ocean and watch it go bye-bye. So, as you know, in our class, we have a bunch of like the yagna, watching all our problems go up in smoke, a bunch of like detachment meditation techniques to kind of let our problems go.
Yeah.
So my internet went out for like 5 minutes, so my earbuds, I didn't hear a word you guys were saying. But Albert Sachs
Okay.
had something to ask Paul. So Paul,
Yeah.
can you look up if there's an isolation tank somewhere close to you that's really good for self-reflection? A samadhi tank?
Samadhi tank. That's what they
Yeah.
call it? Oh, samadhi tank. Nice.
can highly recommend a mate. I almost built one in my basement, but it was way cheaper to just visit one. Visit one and you pay a bit of money. I don't know. Do you, Paul?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Sounds interesting. I remember they did that on The Big Bang Theory. Sheldon got in one, and then like he pushed the button, like the intercom button, just to make sure it worked. It was a kind of funny episode, but because yeah, I kind of get claustrophobia. I remember one time I had to get an MRI, and they put me into this machine, and it was very like around me, and I was like, this is kind of freaky, you know, like I don't know if I can get out of this thing. And I was like, I know I can just probably scooch myself out if I freak out, but you know, so yeah, I'm kind of a little claustrophobic. Also, don't like heights too much, but.
Or you could just go to a swimming pool or the ocean or float around
Oh yeah,
the
that
lake.
was great.
You know, like that way you could not have that claustrophobic feeling. You have as much space as you want. Go to the ocean and just float. I like that too, actually. Like right across the street from my house, I have an ocean, so I like to float around in it. I like to eat my dinner, watch the sun go down. So yeah, you there's a lot of prana and shakti in the ocean, so I would definitely float around. But yeah, if you don't have what they call an isolation tank by you, then just go to the pool, go to the ocean, go to your bathtub, just float in the bathtub. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, yeah,
Put some
or
Epsom salt
wherever.
in it.
Put some bubbles in your bathtub, a nice little candle, maybe some soothing music. I don't know, like put a cool podcast on and just relax and decompress. That's always a good thing. Like a lot of these yogic techniques like yoga nidra, that's basically what it is. It's like floating inside you as you. So like they call it like being aware of what is aware, or sleepless sleep. So it's just getting that floating kind of feeling and that deep relaxation and comfortable feeling, like shavasana, just by laying on your back on the floor, which is a beautiful thing. So, and if you have the technique which we did in our class this week, the silent movie, you can engage all your five senses, and you could be floating, I don't know, like any river, any lake, anywhere in the world, right? Like you could have that visualization. So you might be in your bathtub, but when you close your eyes, you could be, I don't know, floating in Lake Tahoe, or whatever's the best body of water for you, I could be floating in Dinner Key Marina and Coconut Grove on my back. So, and it's a lot cleaner in my perception than it is in reality. So, yeah, you could be in Key West, you could be wherever you want without you don't have to worry about no manatees or sharks trying to eat you. You make your movie however you want to make it. So yeah, you could take your normal bathtub and make it the best floating tank in the universe,
I do that all the time.
Why?
Yeah, it sounds great. Actually, when I get off here, I'm gonna float some myself.
Yeah.
That sounds like a beautiful experience,
I've got all my stuff set up here, a little candle. I've got like a sound thing and some plants and little decorations on mine. So
oh, outstanding. Yeah.
so yeah, that's another little
Nice.
meditation area for me. And I'll put some Epsom salt in the water, and usually after I usually do 4 or 5 days of yoga, and then on my days off, I'll do, let my body recuperate in the Epsom salt. Very nice, and listen to various, chanting or, whatever I feel like that day.
Yeah, and when you're in a bathtub and you try to resonate Om, it's even more powerful. Like the sound syllables vibrate the water and vibrate the water in your body.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. Like I noticed that too. Like just by saying Om in a bathtub, it's even more effective. Or like saying Om in Shavasana, it you have the grounding of the 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 ground, and you it really vibrates more. You could feel it more in your inner body. You could feel it resonate. So yeah, I like doing that too. Like when I'm in a swimming pool or I'm in my bathtub, resonating Om is always a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I've done that, and I actually like going through all the bija sounds. I like felt the water like moving. I'm like, oh, the water's reacting to like Om and all the sounds. To like feel it moving up my back. But yeah.
True. Yeah.
I've noticed I've been like remembering a lot more of my dreams, and like my goal is to like have like a lucid dream where I can like control what's going on there. And I do recall having a dream with you in it, Vedagurudev, and it wasn't. Yeah, it was an ocean scene also. And you know, dreams were weird. Some of my childhood friends were there and swimming around. And I remember, I'm pretty sure you were there, but like, you know, it's already faded. You know, the water's already run out of my hands. But there was this house there, and the house just kind of like fell apart and just collapsed. It was, you know, like you just like, what does that mean? You know, like all these things, you know, in dreams, you know, what do they mean? The other day, I remember I was on a submarine. Like, where'd that come from? You know, I was in the Navy, but I never was on a submarine. But I was watching a lot of UFO stuff about, you know, underwater, you know, fast movers, they call them, all the things that the people track on with the sonar on submarines. And, you know, but who knows what all these dreams mean. And it's weird. Like if this is a dream, so that's a dream within a dream, you know, and it's like, wow, a lot of interesting thoughts about dreams.
What was I doing in your dream?
I don't remember, but I think it was there like in Thailand, you know, and I just know it was like an ocean area, and I'm pretty sure you were there. I must have gone to see you, but you know what my childhood friends were doing there also, I don't know. But
Yeah.
it was, yeah, like I wrote it down somewhere in my journal, but I still don't remember exactly what you were doing. But, and you know, sometimes there'll be a person there that you know as that person, but they might not even look like that person. You know what I mean? But I just know you. I know you were there. So
yeah, I have a dream journal like next to my bed, but I used to try to write out like a long story, like this happened. I realized that by the time it dissipated, I only had like a little one sentence written. So now I write like important things like Paul was there and Veronica was there. Like I'll write Paul, Veronica, and then I'll write like a house collapsed, you know, like, and then I'll fill it in later, right? Like, you know, I'll fill in the blanks. Like I just tried to get the important parts. I learned that in the Himalayan mountains because like when they teach you a Kriya, a technique, they only teach you once. So I used to try to write out like a long description, but then I realized I was missing a bunch of parts. So I would just write like right index finger on right nostril, left index finger, you know, like thumb on left nostril, like something like that, and just kind of fill it in later, right? Because they're like, okay, now I'm gonna show you how to do Nadi Sudi, you know, like okay, like put this finger here and this finger. You're like, all right, hold on.
Yeah, well, that'll make you pay attention.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's some techniques I don't have the greatest description, but I'm a fast learner, so I learn from my mistakes. So I apply that same technique to my dreams, right? Like when I wake up, I have a journal right next to my bed, and I say, okay, house collapsed. Veronica and Paul were there. Ocean, Thailand, like just one word, and just kind of fill it in later,
When you were in the Himalayan mountains and your guru was teaching you stuff, could you record him teaching you it, or was that a no-no?
Record it. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I could, but in the Himalayan mountains, there was no way to charge your phone. So,
Oh, yeah.
It was more like written in a notebook kind of thing. So, and it's almost like you have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Yeah, right. So I bought a bunch of notebooks just in case,
You're just like pull that
so because it's not like tomorrow we're gonna learn this. It's like right now I'm gonna show you this technique. Are you ready? Yeah. Yes, Baba. You pull out your notebook and you just write it down.
Okay.
So there's no like warm up time, or there's no time for you to get ready. So you just kind of do it.
I know Sandy says she says, "Hi everybody. Hi everyone. Been listening for the past 30 minutes or so. Always an honor." Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Sandy. Welcome. If you have any questions, put it in the YouTube chat, Sandy, or any people. Oh, seems like we got a lot of people on YouTube.
And Albert says, "Hi, Sandy. Nice you're here."
Nice you're here. Also, Albert.
Oh, we've got another person. Namaste, Mariana. Namaste, Kriya Yoga family. It was a profound 60th class on Saturday. I liked the new meditation very much. Nice.
Oh, great. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, a lot of our members got a lot of benefits from our 60th class this past Saturday. And this Saturday, we'll review it again. We taught a technique, the yamas and the niyamas, and the meditation was Purnabhava and Draya, which is basically what I was talking about, the silent movie with the 5 senses, which was very profound.
Yeah, I really liked the Patanjali's yamas and niyamas, like the 10 commandments. They're like, I don't know, it's like so basic, but like, I don't know, like being honest in my communication, not stealing from yourself. I don't know, what's another one? The cleanliness, both internal and external. I don't know, it was just so good.
Yeah, that was a good one. And all of our members, it's in the PDF also. So you can download the PDF. It has them all listed out, everything, like all of our classes.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like
we'll
I
do
need
it
to like
again
read
on
that.
Saturday also.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to print that out. I think that's something I need to tape everywhere just as a reminder, just like how to live my life. Oh.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Vedagurudev, how's your daughter's recovery?
Yeah, so for all those people that don't know, March 11th, my daughter got life-saving spinal surgery. She had a 76% curve in her spine. The people in our school have seen the x-ray, and so she got surgery. It was about 5 hours, and she stayed in the hospital for like 4 days. And as of today, what are we in? April 30th, 2025. She's fully recovered, and she has 100% straight spine. So
wow,
she's doing great. She could walk fine. She could do everything as a normal 15-year-old girl. So she's pretty much 100% healed right now, so it's great. So yeah, her recovery is going great. Thank you for asking, Mariana.
yeah.
So it's a perfect example. Like Vedagurudev has to go through it too. So that was a mountain I had to overcome, a huge mountain, Mount Everest to overcome. But you know, we came out on the other side. Everything is great, and she's doing great. Thank you for asking, Mariana.
See.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah. I don't. Is it possible to have a Kundalini experience while you're sleeping?
Yeah, it's possible, but you would probably see it more as a dream than like a physical
Mm.
experience. I mean, like I said before, I would like to think that my Kundalini is open for business 24 hours a day. So even when I sleep, I'm having a mild Kundalini experience. When I'm going through my day, I'm having a Kundalini experience. So I like to think it's open 24 hours a day from the inner work and the bija mantras that I do on a daily basis. So I like to wake my Kundalini up in the morning with the bija mantras that we have in our school. And before I go to bed, maybe I do it. I don't know. Maybe I calm down more before I go to bed. I'm not trying to wake up the snake before I go into sleep.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm more trying to relax and float on the ocean of bliss. Like Albert said, what was it called? The deprivation tank, or it was called
Yeah,
something
the
like that.
self-deprivation tank. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Self-deprivation.
I like to float on the ocean of bliss when I go into my sleeping state. So it's probably
Excellent.
open on somewhat on some level when I'm asleep. But I mean, I don't know. I don't really think about it. There's no way to measure it too, you know. Like, I hope it's open. Let's say.
Oh, Mariana just wanted to say, I knew it. What a miracle. New life with no pain. God bless her and you too, as a good father you are. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana, for those kind words. Yeah, what a miracle! Everything came together. The I don't know how the pieces of the puzzle fit together, but it all worked out seamlessly. Like when she was in surgery for 4 hours, I was in deep samadhi meditation. So all my spirit guides and my ascended masters and astral beings, I was calling on their help, and it was very helpful. Let's say it like that. So yeah, new life with no more back pain, and yeah, when you have such a extreme curve in a spine, which you've seen the X-ray, it's in our school, and you know it doesn't go the opposite way. Like, let's say it like that. So you know, I was glad it worked out the way it worked out. So yeah, new life with no pain and straight spine, a straight Susimna Nadi, which is a beautiful blessing. So thank you, Babaji, for clearing the path. Thank you all, ascended masters, archangels, whoever has their ears open. Thank you.
This is a new person we haven't seen before. Tina Tapata. This has been a lovely satsang. Jai Kriya Yoga Babaji.
Jai Kriya Yoga Babaji. Absolutely. Jai Kriya Yoga Mataji.
And then I don't know if you can read this. Vedagurudev, is this Thai? I don't know. Suna Jo Kaya Kai no. I don't know. This sounds like a language I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what language this is. It could be Thai. But yeah, Tina, we have a free Kriya Yoga school, freekriyayoga.com. It has some good techniques. We have an interactive community there. And if you like the Kriya Yoga value we give, we have our real school. It's called the Kriya Yoga Masterclass. So the website is kriyayogamasterclass. you could go on there, book a call with me, and whatever problems you have, we'll solve them, and we'll see how Kriya Yoga can help lift you. So yeah, book a call with me, and we'll get you on the Kriya Yoga path. And all of the people on the stage right now are real, actual members. They're not paid actors. So
No.
they have experienced the benefits of Kriya Yoga themselves. So we would love for you to join our Kriya Yoga school. You know, if you don't have no knowledge of Kriya Yoga, go to the free Kriya Yoga school. What is it? freekriyayoga.com. Join that community, and it has some basic beginner techniques. If you're beyond beginner techniques, then join us at the Kriya Yoga school. Kriya Yoga Masterclass. What is it? kriyayogamasterclass.com. Book a call with me. I'll go on there. I'll walk you through it, and I'll show you all the value. We have over 200 plus classes in our Kriya Yoga school. We have a weekly class every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where you can come on, ask me whatever questions you want. I'm available 24 hours a day. We have an interactive community. We have a full moon and a new moon bi-monthly fires where you send in your problems. We burn them all up. We have this weekly satsang every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What else we have? We have a lot of value in there. And I'll personally coach you and try to get you to be the best Kriya yogi or yogini you could be in 2025.
I don't know. Every day you post Babaji quotes. That's something you do.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, Babaji quotes with the video also. So, yeah, that's good also.
Yeah, we're always adding stuff.
Satsang quote. Yeah, we have a really good school. So we'll love for you to join us. Whichever way, free Kriya Yoga school or paid Kriya Yoga school, up to you. No pressure.
No pressure.
What did Sandy just say? What did Sandy just say?
Let me go back to her. Sandy says, grateful your daughter is doing well, continued healing, and grateful to the spirit team.
Grateful to the spirit team. Thank you for healing my daughter. It's been a true blessing, that's for sure. When is your birthday?
Yeah.
That's what she said?
Yeah.
My birthday is October 16th. So I'm a Libra.
Yep.
I'm balanced on the scales.
Yeah, Libra is the only sign that isn't represented by an animal or a person. So Libras are unique in that way.
Yeah, all I got was the scales.
Weighing our souls.
Balance, Shiva and Shakti, Ida and the Pingala, yin and yang.
Well, I don't know, just like on the phone call thing, I just tested it out with you today, and it's really easy. You get like an email, and all you do is click on the Zoom, and it's like I instantly saw your face, and we had a nice conversation. I didn't know I needed to talk about something, but I had some things on my mind. But if anybody wants to book a call with Vedagurudev, it's very easy. I think you'll get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, so you go to the website Kriya Yoga Masterclass. You'll see like a red button at the bottom. It says book a call, and then you click on that, book a call. You'll go to a calendar. You pick the date and the time that's best for you. You fill everything out. Then you'll get an email from me, and it'll have a Google Meet link in the email. And you just click on the Google link Meet when it's your time, and there I will be live in person.
Yes,
solve
there
your
you
problems.
will be. Hold on. Let's see. Tina Tapata. Oh, I missed a comment. Hold on. Paul is suspiciously quiet tonight. LOL.
We've had probably 2.5 hour conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Paul has said his part.
Oh,
That's
Paul
for
was on
sure.
fire earlier. I see. Tina Tapata, the program of the steps is a living link to the masters of the Far East. Is Babaji a Paramatma? Is he Bhagavan? I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing these things right.
So yeah, so our parampara, our spiritual lineage is a link to Bhagavan Babaji. Bhagavan means God, so the fountainhead of Kriya Yoga, the Param, they would call him Param Guru, which is like, or the Sad Guru, right? Sad Guru, the fountainhead of Kriya Yoga, the day one Adi Yogi, right? I mean, they would say Shiva's more the first yogi, but like, yeah, as Bhagavan, like the Param Para, right? Like the lineage of the God lineage that flows through our lineage of Kriya Yoga. So on
Yeah.
the free Kriya Yoga School, we have a video which says how I got my name, who is my guru, what is our lineage, what is our parampara. So it basically explains everything. It's on freekriyayoga.com. When you join the group, you'll see it. It's like in the first classroom. Who is Vedagurudev? I think is the video. What was their second part?
The second part was are Bhagavan and Paramate the same God?
So Bhagavan just means like the incarnation of God. Paramate. Yeah, that's basically say para means like God, like the incarnation of God. So anytime you see param, it's like param guru, like the God guru, or parampara is like the God kind of lineage. So like param means like the form of God. So Bhagavan just means like also the form of God, but it's not an actual God name. It's just like the form of God, let's say. So when you say para or you say Bhagavan, it just means like the energy of God. Let's say it like that.
Speaking of gods, it's kind of it can be kind of confusing, all these different gods and like monotheism versus polytheism and like ascended masters. How would you explain all the various Hindu gods as compared to source, let's say?
I would say they're all a spark of the source. They're all a representation or a mirror of the source. They're just a different incarnation. It does different things, but they're all part of the source. So I would say the source flows through them. The source energy, just Shakti, flows through all of them. So it's almost like what form resonates with you as a representation of the source. So like some people would say Shiva is they resonate the best with. Some people would say Lakshmi they resonate the best with. Some would say Parvati. Some would say Krishna. It just depends which incarnation of God you resonate with the best. That is the best version of the source, I would say. So there's no one size fits all. It's all a great representation of the source. It just which form you resonate with the best. So I had a feeling if source came to me, he would come in the source of Babaji because I resonate the most with Babaji on the path of Kriya Yoga. Some people who are devotees of Shiva, he would come in the form of Shiva. So it just depends which one works the best for you.
Yeah, there's a nice picture in the Bhagavad Gita, showing like God and like the many faces all around it. You've probably seen it before, but I really like that picture.
Yeah.
And Yeah, just like everything is source. So, but
Right.
it seems confusing because it's like, well, what God? Who am I? Who am I supposed to work? And it's all source, but just different aspects of source, I suppose.
Yeah, it's all source. It's just what source resonates with you. So I have a feeling that the source would come in the form that resonates the most with you, not with somebody else. So whichever form of source uplifts you and makes you feel the best, then that is the best form of source, I would say.
Well, I've got two people, two comments each. So Mariana, she asks, anyone know where is Brian? Is he okay?
So Brian on March 8th got married, and he went on his honeymoon in Korea. So yeah, Brian's doing great, and hopefully we see Brian back sooner than later. We miss our brother Brian, but we understand his spiritual path. But he's welcome anytime. Whenever he's ready, we're always here.
What about Shiva Angi? Has anybody heard from her? I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, she's around also, but like this satsang starts at 8 a.m. for me, and India is an hour and a half behind me, so it'd be 6:30 a.m. for her. So she said the satsang is a little early for her. I think she works at night, so she's usually sleeping around this time.
Oh.
But she's always
Yeah.
welcome also.
Yeah, maybe in the future we'll change the song to a different time. I don't know, play with it. I don't know. Maybe we'd get more people to show up.
Maybe we should make a poll in our community to see what's the best time for everybody, where everybody can join us. Take some votes.
And then Teeny, she asked, is this considered bhakti?
Is what considered bhakti?
We'll see what she was talking about.
Yeah, bhakti is considered devotion. So when you say like mantra japa, or you sing songs to God, whatever incarnation of God you sing, that's all considered bhakti, which is devotion. Like opening your heart to God is all considered bhakti. So like singing songs, what they call bhajans, mantra japa, bhakti, like any puja is considered bhakti. So any like devotional things to God is considered bhakti, which is like devotion to God, or even in our class, like giving your food to God first is considered bhakti also, right? It's like a offering. It's like a sign of devotion. So singing songs to God, mantra japa, it's all considered bhakti. Like anytime you try to say God's name with reverence, it's all considered bhakti. So whatever deity you pray to, saying it with reverence and wholeheartedly and with surrender is all considered bhakti, I would say.
And then Kriya yoga is different than Jnana yoga?
It's called Jnana yoga. So no, Kriya yoga is the same as Jnana yoga. So Jnana means wisdom. So like wisdom yoga is already embedded in Kriya yoga. So it's all the same. So Jnana yoga is more like based on like the scriptures and the sutras. It's more like wisdom, or like yogic philosophy, like wisdom of yoga. So Jnana means wisdom. So like, but Kriya yoga is all yoga. So in Kriya yoga, we say it's a fivefold path. It's number one, asanas for the physical body. Number two, pranayama, which is secret yogic breath, like breath work, like yogic breathing. Number three is meditation, dhyana, which is mastering the mind. Number four is mantra japa, which is saying mantras to whatever deity you resonate with. And number five is bhakti, which we just said, which is devotion to God. So Jnana yoga is the same as Kriya yoga. Like all yogas are basically the same yoga. but I don't know if goat yoga fits into Kriya yoga. Just kidding.
And then she says her favorite type of Kriya is Nidra. If I'm saying that right.
Nidra. Yoga Nidra. Yeah, so we have a class in our classroom, Yoga Nidra, how to do Yoga Nidra. So Yoga Nidra, I like also. It's basically a advanced Shavasana, which is the corpse pose, laying on your back. They call it like sleepless sleep. So you're aware of what of being aware is. So Yoga Nidra is excellent way to recharge your body and refresh yourself. So I like to do the practice of Yoga Nidra before I transition into my sleeping state. But yeah, it's basically Shavasana, the corpse pose, is laying on your back, legs apart, arms apart, just relaxing deeply. So I would say Yoga Nidra is an excellent technique.
I think she's abbreviating this. Kriya Yoga, real Raffertying. My God. What do you think? Can you see this, Vedagurudev?
Raffertying? I don't know what Raffertying means, but like, maybe referring?
Referring, maybe.
Kriya Yoga, yeah, like Kriya Yoga is kind of a reflection of your inner self, your inner divinity reflecting outward. So I kind of like to look at our Kriya Yoga sadhana as like a radio antenna getting the divine signal into our body as us, and we're kind of radiating out the radio waves or vibrating in that God kind of divine frequency. So we're always trying to how could I say, radiate our God energy, our inner Shakti, our inner pranayama through the practices of Kriya Yoga. So that's like our ultimate goal. What is it called? Self-realization, you know? We're trying to realize our inner self and radiate our inner divinity outward. Let's say it like that. Whichever technique works best for you.
I don't know, Mariana has an interesting something interesting to say about when I do my fish pose and full wheel and then half wheel, when I kind of press the top of my head against the floor, I feel like I got the water inside my nostril paths after like breathing water accidentally, that kind of feeling. Is that normal? Anyone else gets it ever? I hope I'm not hurting myself, LOL.
Yeah, I get that all the time. It's called amarita, which is basically your kind of spit kind of collects in your mouth. And it's hard when you're in the full wheel pose or the fish pose because there's no way to get it out, right? And it's hard to like, I mean, my guru would say, push the tongue in your mouth up to the roof of your mouth. So like K-Cherry Mudra, but it takes some practice because you're trying to relax in those positions effortlessly, and those are more advanced postures. So like it takes some work, but that's my karma also. I get that spit collected in my mouth, and it always happens at the wrong time when you're upside down in the full wheel pose or the half fish pose.
Yeah.
You know, like you're like, damn it.
I want to get this out of me.
You kind of want to spit, but you're not in a spitting position. So it's, yeah, you can't panic. You gotta kind of relax and kind of figure out where to put it. You know, I wouldn't try to swallow it because that would probably be worse. I would just try to put the tongue to your roof of your mouth and kind of push it upward to your like pineal gland or your third eye, if you could. If you can't, just spit it. I mean, I've been known to spit mid asana, let's say it, you know. But yeah, I'm trying to work on that. But that's a work in progress for me also, because that's my karma. I get that. Amrita means like divine nectar that kind of drips down from your third eye. So it's a good confirmation that you're doing that asana right, but it's kind of annoying, you know, because you're trying to focus on the practice and your mouth is full of water and saliva, you know, that nectar, you know. But
So when that happens, you need to try to like push it up to your crown, like
yeah,
somehow.
you push it up to your third eye, like, you know, like K-Cherry
Okay.
Mudra, like we teach in our class. You kind of collect it and like push it up, you know. I mean, that's what I do.
Yeah.
But it takes some practice. I've been known to spit too if it doesn't work, you know. But that looks kind of awkward, right? Full wheel.
Yeah.
You're spitting. I don't know. That's me and Babaji's inside joke. Like, yeah, you're doing this asana good. How about some spit in your mouth? Let's see how you react to that. You know? So,
does that ever happen to you, Paul?
Not really.
Okay. Well, you're lucky.
I don't really get to wheel that often either.
Yeah.
It's not one of my favorite poses, but I'll try it sometimes in class. And that's one thing I like is, you know, right before we do our shavasana, she'll say if there's anything that you'd like to try, you know, any poses you'd like to do before you get into shavasana, now's the time. And she'll mention a few. And then if she says wheel, you know, I kind of feel obligated that maybe I should do wheel or, you know, whatever one she kind of mentions. But
yeah,
it's a tough one.
It usually happens like when in my case, it happens like when I'm in the plow pose or the full wheel pose, you know, like these asana pretzel poses that kind of confine you, right? Like it happens at the wrong time for me. Like when I can get it out, it never happens. When I can't get it out, that's when it happens. So it's like me and Babaji's inside joke, I guess. Like, oh, you're a supreme yogi? Let's see how you deal with this right now.
So I was thinking about Shiva. So like bhakti, like if somebody was to chant Om Namah Shivaya but with no bhakti, would they still get the benefits from Shiva energy? But then I remember that story you said that person was like they were devoting to Shiva accidentally by dropping the leaves on his Shiva lingam. So I don't know, like, would they still, if somebody's not really putting any energy into it, there's like, oh, I don't know. That's just like I don't know. They're not really putting bhakti into saying it.
Yeah, they would say don't do the mantra mechanically, right? Like do it with a open heart, like with what's called bhava, which is feeling, right? Like do it with the most feeling. That's the most important thing. But I mean, even if you said Shiva's mantra half-heartedly, you probably still get some fruits and benefits. Like that story, like the man was bored and he was plucking bilva leaves and he was dropping it on a Shiva lingam, and Shiva still blessed him. Indirectly, he didn't know he was receiving the blessings of Shiva or praising Lord Shiva. So I would say it's better than zero.
Yeah,
that's for sure. But if you're gonna do it, then just do it wholeheartedly with as much bhava and feeling as you can. You know, that you would probably get the most benefits that way.
Yeah, even if I'm not doing it perfectly, I have my bhava, my enthusiasm.
Right. I mean, that's always been, you know, like when I was in the Himalayan mountains, these yogis could say this mantra japa perfectly, right? They have the proper pronunciation. That was always my karma. Like, I didn't have the proper pronunciation, right? Like in the Himalayan Hindi dialect. Let's say it like that. So I was the butt of jokes in many Yagna campfires.
Yeah, you were the entertainment.
You know, the Western guy trying to say our beloved mantra japa for Gayatri or whatever, right? And but one thing they couldn't take away from me, I had the bhava, I had the feeling. So they were like, well, that didn't sound right, but Vedagurudev has the bhava, he has the feeling, he has the bhakti when he says it. So I guess that's more important than saying it right, you know? If you want proper pronunciation, we'll say it right. But you want the bhava, Vedagurudev got the bhava.
Yeah,
So they
that big,
respected
the
my
love for
bhava.
it.
They respected my open-heartedness, and like I didn't really care. I just sang from my heart, you know, let's say it like that. So I just projected. Sometimes they would tell me it's too loud, Vedagurudev.
Too loud.
I said from my mouth to God's ear. I want to make sure God hears this, right? So, you know, they're like, this guy has too much bhava. He's over bhava, right? You know, like, so I guess that's my yogic superpower. When I do something, I just go wholeheartedly, right?
Yeah.
I jump off the cliff. Like, I like that Babaji story. Some American guy, me, found Babaji in the Himalayan mountains, and Babaji says, if you're really a true devotee, jump off the mountain. And he jumped off the mountain, and they revived him, and he became a part of their group. So this story is an autobiography of a yogi. So I kind of look at myself like that, like, jump off that mountain? Yes. Okay. See you later, Babaji. Bye-bye. Jump. You know? So when I do something, I go wholeheartedly, you
Yeah.
know? What they say, go big or go home, right?
Yeah.
Like, I go big. Sometimes too big, right?
You're going for it.
From my mouth to God's ear, you know?
There's no, what is it they say? There's no middle. I don't know. Yeah.
No middle, right? Go big or go home.
A lot of people. Oh, go on.
I was just going to ask you, Veronica, how the new job is going. Are you started with that yet?
So it's like a temp agency, and all the jobs they've posted have been hours that I can't do. So I haven't even started it yet.
Oh.
So, and I have another job. So I've already have. So I'm trying to balance them both, but I don't know. I don't have any hours next week, so maybe I'll start working this new job. So I don't know, but at least I have it, and I know that there are jobs. I just haven't had any opportunities to work them yet because it just didn't work out time-wise. But
okay,
yeah, thank you for asking. Though it just hasn't. Yeah. So yeah. I don't know. A question I had was, I hear a lot of people, their Kundalini experience, they feel exhausted, but it seems like you feel like energized. What would it mean if you're like feeling sleepy and exhausted after Kundalini?
I mean, it is, how can I say it? It is kind of exhausting. I mean, you could look at it two ways. You could look at it as exhausting, like, wow, that was powerful. That would kind of wipe me out. Like, how would I put this? It's like eating turkey dinner. You know, after you eat that turkey, it has that thing, it kind of puts you to sleep.
Yeah.
Or you could look at it as like physically energizing, like, all right, I'm ready to go. You know, I got the energy, I got the power. So it just depends on your perception. Like, you could see the good in it, or you could see the downside in it. But I prefer to look at more the good side, like the energizing confirmation kind of side. Like, wow, that was very profound. Like, you know, like, and like I want to experience it more. Like, so I'm always trying to activate my dormant Kundalini and wake it up and let it pierce all 7 of my chakras. in any practice I do. So I would say if you're not ready for it, like in my first Kundalini experience, it was probably physically exhausting, I could say, right? But
Yeah.
now that I'm more ready for it and I'm more open for it, it's more of a breath of fresh air. It's more of a blissful experience, I would say, because now I understand it. When it first happened, I didn't even know what a chakra or Kundalini was. These were all like words that weren't in my vocabulary, I'll say. So once I did kind of realize how to cultivate it and more enhance it and more kind of dance with my snake, my Kundalini, then fight it. Then it became a more blissful, harmonious experience, I would say. So if you don't understand the Kundalini or the concept behind it or what's happening, it would be physically exhausting. But if you
Yeah.
have the techniques that we have in our school that cultivate and enhance the Kundalini experience, then it would be a blissful experience, I would definitely say.
Yeah, I want to go back to opening the chakras, doing that every day. I kind of got off track, but it felt good. So
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one too. Yeah, I every day I try to awaken my Kundalini, unblock all my 7 chakras before I
yeah,
start my day. That's a good way to start the day for sure.
yeah, I need to start doing that again.
I'd like to ask Veronica, do you use the Raksha beads at all or not?
I don't have any. I don't know. I've ordered them twice online, and they've both gotten lost in the mail.
Oh,
So that's I just do the 16. Count on my hand 16 times.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So
I started doing it again. Like I was doing it when I was in the Philippines because I had nothing but time. But I started doing it here. It's like patience. You have to have like patience. I'm like, 108 times.
yeah,
But like once you just settle down and just realize I've got, this is like my time with God, and like it's a very kind of relaxing thing. So I'm starting to cultivate that, not hurrying through it like I want to. I'm just like, time to eat, or got to go to work. It's just like I said, no, put that out of your mind. Everything will be well. It helps to get up early enough. You don't want to
yeah,
leave yourself 10 minutes, but sometimes it's hard to crawl out of bed on time. Yeah, I do like that, and I think I'm gonna start incorporating that. That's part of my daily sadhana. Yeah.
yeah. I think that'd be good.
Yeah, and when you
I
do
know.
mantra japa, it keeps you focused on. You're like, you don't have time for distractions. It kind of keeps you laser focused on each mantra. My guru used to say each mantra like you're walking a tightrope over the Himalayan mountains, aware of the height but unaffected by the height. So laserly focused on the tightrope, which is the mantra japa. So I like that too, because the monkey mind likes to get started. So if you control it in the morning through mantra japa, then it keeps it more laser focused. Because these practice like pranayama and mantra japa, you really don't have time for any distractions because you're focused singly on the practice.
Yeah, I've chanted Om 108 times. If I count 16 times, 6 times, and then add 12, that's 108. But I think it'd be easier if I had Raksha beads. But yeah, it does keep you laser focused. I agree. But yeah, good thing to do. Mary Anna has a comment or has a question. Do dolphins have any symbolism in yogic tradition?
I mean, I've never really heard anything about dolphins, but I would say yes. I would say dolphins are a highly enlightened being, and we respect them.
How Vishnu, he's attached to the fish. Maybe Vishnu?
Yeah, the water, right? Yeah, yeah, probably. I'm sure. I'm trying to think if there's any deity that has a dolphin that he rides. You know how each of these deities have a vehicle,
Yeah.
right? Like Ganesh rides the rat, which is really funny, right? Like the mouse, a little mouse carrying a big elephant around. Maruga rides the peacock. Saraswati rides the swan. Um, what does Shiva ride? That's a good question. I think he rides the bull,
The
Nandi
tiger
the
or
bull.
the bull? Yeah.
Yeah, and what are the other? Durga rides the tiger. I'm missing a bunch of them actually, but yeah, they usually have a vehicle. So I wonder if any Vishnu rides a dolphin. That's his vehicle. That'd be cool. But yeah, I have all the respect for dolphins. I think they're highly evolved sentinel beings. So I respect all dolphins and all dolphin symbolism in yoga or not in yoga. I like dolphins. I
I
like
don't know.
them all, actually.
Do you know a goddess named Ganga?
Ganga, yeah, that's what, she had dolphin?
Yeah, it says yeah, she's associated with the dolphin.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Deity, right? Devi, right? Ganges,
Yeah.
right? Like the river, the Ganges River in India. Interesting.
I don't
Dolphins.
know. It's depicted
Wonder
as
if the
her mount.
Ganges River has a
I don't
dolphin.
know. I don't know. Her creature's called the Makara. It's a creature with a crocodile head and a dolphin tail.
Interesting.
Yeah. Albert, I think he knows something. Let's see. Vishnu is associated with dolphins, though his you're killing me. Matasavarta, where he appeared as a giant dolphin.
Oh, there you go. Vishnu.
Uh,
Yeah, Vishnu. Great.
Okay.
Associated with dolphins.
Albert knows stuff.
Matasara Avatar. Matasya Avatar. Oh, so he's basically saying Vishnu was an avatar, was a dolphin. So cool. He appeared as a giant dolphin. Nice. So cool.
Yeah, it seems like all the animals are kind of depicted with some deity. Oh, Albert concurs. Yes. Okay.
Well, that's good to know. Learning stuff today.
Yeah.
Yana yoga wisdom, right? Vishnu is a giant dolphin. Yeah, sounds cool. When she asked about the dolphin, I was like, yeah, I think Vishnu, I like it,
Yeah, I just saw something with Vishnu where he was like a statue with a fish head. So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, he's associated with water. Vishnu.
Albert says, according to the Matasara Purnia and Simarad Bhagav, I cannot say these words, Bhagavataman, Vishnu is the form of a giant dolphin, guided King Satyavrata to save all species during a great deluge.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So the great dolphin Vishnu, guided the people during the great deluge. Outstanding.
This story is believed to be the reason why many cultures do not eat dolphins, as they are seen as sacred due to their role in saving life on Earth.
Except for the Japanese, they love dolphin.
They eat everything.
They don't believe in Vishnu, so it's okay in their tradition. But yeah, I've never eaten a dolphin. Now I know why.
Yeah.
Can't hurt Vishnu. the greatest,
No.
right?
Yeah, I definitely would not eat a dolphin. You know, like I do feel they like whales and dolphins. Like I feel there's some, yeah,
Super
like
intelligent.
they're a higher consciousness. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I would definitely not take part in that. But it is interesting how like each religion around the world, they all have the story of the great deluge, and they have their different gods that could actually be representing, like Poseidon could be Vishnu,
Mhm.
you know, as far as the Greek version of it.
Right.
But just their cultures make it different, I suppose.
Interesting.
Yeah. I just need to take a 1-minute necessary break. I'll be right back. So I will be
Okay,
right
yeah,
back.
no problem.
Sorry.
Anybody has any questions, feel free to drop it in the YouTube chat. We'll answer all questions. Everybody who's watching this live on YouTube, we do this satsang every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Paul and Veronica are actual members in our Kriya Yoga School Masterclass. So they're not paid actors. So if you have questions for them about the benefits they got from practicing Kriya Yoga, put it in the YouTube chat. Feel free.
Or if you want to ask anything about UFOs, I'm open to discuss.
Yeah, if you want to ask about aliens or UFOs, get Paul started. We need some conversation going.
Can we talk about the story about when you and your guru went into a small shop and there was that guy out there, like a vendor who you detected had you could tell that he was like an enlightened being or something?
hmm
Do you remember that story?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so I haven't told that story in a while. Actually, I forgot I told that story. So yeah, there was a bunch of sadhus who just sit there and you give them money and they give you blessings, right? Or you just give them an offering, right? Like so there was like 20 sadhus who were sitting there, and there was this one who really resonated with me, right? Like he had like blue eyes, but he kind of had like dreadlock kind of hairs. I don't know. He kind of gave like off a energy like Jesus, right? Or Yeshua, right? So I just really resonated with him, right? And I went over to him, and all the money I had in my pocket, I put in his hand, and he kind of looked at me, and I was like, I think that's Babaji, you know? But I couldn't tell, and when I turned around, he was gone. So I made my offering to Babaji, but I can't be for sure. Let's say it like that. Like it felt right to me. Like, and it's kind of weird. There's all these sad dudes, and this one kind of glowed to me. Let's say it like that, right? And I was like, there he is, right there. That's Babaji, you know, or that's whatever ascended master you choose. And I went right up to him, and I all the money I had, all the rupees I had in my pocket, I put in his hand, and just left. I didn't really talk to him. I just kind of made telepathic eye contact, let's say, right? Like, I see you, you know? Thank you for the job you're doing. And I turned around and he was gone. So it's basically like the same story, like like the Kumbh Mela, where Keshabalanda and Autobiography of Yogi saw Babaji. It was bright light eyes, golden copper hair, this type of stuff.
Mariana wants to know, Vedagurudev, have you climbed the Mount Everest?
No, but I've been to the height of like the place where I went, Satu Pond Lake, is in the Himalayan mountains and is equal to the elevation is equal to base camp of Mount Everest. But I will not be climbing Mount Everest. Don't quote me, because maybe Babaji will give me a call tomorrow and say you need to climb Mount Everest. But I don't look forward to those type of adventures. I'm a Miami, Florida, Thailand, warm weather, tropical guy, not a cold weather mountain man guy. So, I mean, if the path is cleared, maybe, but it's not something on my bucket list. Let's say it like that. I prefer the ocean, the sun, and the beach, not the frozen tundra in the super Himalayan wind of Mount Everest, you know?
Like, boo.
Yeah, boo.
Sandy, she says, I saw a UFO when I was a kid. Was about 6 years old, was with my sister, who's 19 years old, and a cousin of mine who's 10 years old. That's interesting.
Wow, that's cool.
Cool. And they all saw it. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, there are a lot of unexplainable things you can't explain out there. I believe it. I've seen all kinds of lights in the Himalayan mountains that I can't explain. I don't know if it was UFO or Babaji was flying around or some light beings. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, she said it. She saw the craft above us in the backyard. It was completely quiet, and when it sped out of view, it was in an instant.
I believe it. Sounds about right.
Yes, all three of us saw it.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Treasure that memory, because yeah, like I've seen many unexplainable things in the Himalayan mountains, and unexplainably, when I try to get my camera out and document it, my camera doesn't work, the battery's dead or something. So I just enjoy it for what it is. And yeah, that was cool. And highly intelligent and involved being come to visit me. You know, cool. So
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know, that's awe-inspiring.
Did your guru say anything about the guy that was like Babaji? He saw him too, or did he not?
yeah, he saw him, but he didn't say anything, but he kind of gave me a wink, like, yeah, you get it, something like that, like he's not a man of many words, let's say it like that. But he kind of stepped back and wanted to see what I would do in that situation, or he wanted to see if I saw it too, because I have the feeling that he saw the glow also, so he just wanted to see what would play out, let's say it like that. He didn't want to interfere, I said it like that. And when I did it, he was like, good, and he just walked away, like Vedagurudev passed the test. There's 20-25 yogis, and he picked the right yogi, So
is that a common thing? Oh, sorry.
I don't know why I was drawn to that yogi, but it felt right. Like he was glowing to me. He had that golden glow, let's say it like that. And I was like, there he is. I got him, And he didn't ask for money, or he just kind of gave me that Tritak yogic stare, like, keep up the good work, basically. That was the monkey message, let's say it telepathically, something like that. But yeah, he was gone. I was like, what? I tried to find him later. Like, I was like, let me give him more stuff. Let me try to buy some food, or he was just gone, He was there, and when I turned around, he was gone. So interesting.
Very.
Is that something that happens? Like deities will like test us, like as like somebody we might think is like lesser, like a homeless person?
Yeah, I used to. I heard a story one time that this guy was. How would I put this? So they like to say in the yogic tradition, you never know where Shiva's hiding. So treat God inside everybody. Like, you never know where God's hiding. So they always treat a homeless person or a highly involved being on the same, right, with equanimity. So I heard a story that this one guy this one guy told a story that he was in a tent with his guru, and his guru kept putting his feet on his face, right? And he just got mad and got frustrated and was like, "Stop putting your feet on my face." And when he said that, his guru turns into the incarnation of Shiva and kind of floated away. So that's like the representation, like maybe Shiva's testing you, right? So you always got to keep that in the back of your mind that maybe this is Shiva testing me, or maybe this is Babaji testing me. So let me pass the test, right?
Yeah.
Or if Babaji wants to put his feet on my face while I'm sleeping in a tent, go ahead, right? Put your feet on my face as much as possible. So you never know where Babaji or Shiva is hiding. Yeah, go
I've
ahead,
thought that
Paul.
myself, about the homeless, especially that girl that I just happened to see yesterday. Because weird that we're talking about this right now, because she was selling flowers one day, and I bought a flower from her, and I still have that flower in my in my on my altar. You know, I have that flower laying. It's all dried up now, but I still have that flower that I bought from her, and like I just feel something about her. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have that feeling and it resonates with you, just go with it. I mean, you got nothing to lose. I didn't really try to make sense of it. I just did, you know? There he is. I found the glow, you know? Here you go. Take it all, you know? I don't need anything. I'm good, you know?
And it
And
makes
it's
sense.
almost like prasad, like you give to God. You know God's not going to eat the food, but it's a shot, it's an offering. Like I'm offering everything wholeheartedly to you before I eat it, right? You know? You know God's not going to eat it, but it's like a good way to offer your food to God before you eat it. It's called prasad in the prasadam or prasad in the yogic tradition.
Yeah, I was going to say it makes sense that they would show up in the most humble, poor type looking person, way, not some like, rich guy or whatever, but somebody that, you would not think would be an angel in disguise or who knows what type of being.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's the best way
definitely.
to like measure your character, how you treat others.
Yeah.
Every day is a test as a yogi. So just be kind to all beings because you don't know where God or Shiva is hiding.
Yeah. So Sandy, on the UFO thing, I've always had this feeling since that experience that I had lost time or memory. Felt like something happened, but forgot right after.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds about right. Like these spiritual experiences that happen, they in yoga they say it's like trying to hold water in your hand. It just no matter how hard you hold water, it just eventually drips out. So you got to kind of enjoy the experience and kind of make a mental snapshot of it before it drifts away, because these things do have a way of drifting away. Or if you have a notebook, just keep a journal. If something like this happens, try to write down your dreams or your UFO experience as quick as possible, so you could, like I was saying earlier, I learned the hard way that instead of writing everything out, you just write like keywords like UFO. I don't know. The size of the UFO, it was about 10 foot wide by 10 foot. It was like in the shape of a circle, just keywords. And just when it starts to dissipate, you come back to it later and fill in the words, the main words. So I would just write UFO, bright light, I don't know, 100 meters away, flew away fast, something like that. Like you're trying to get the most important stuff down as quick as possible. So before that water falls out your hands or trips out of your hands, you're like, you know, it's the same with dreams. When you wake up, you got like 20 seconds, like Paul said. Veronica, Paul were there. House fell down on the ocean. Okay, close enough. You know? Fill in the blanks. You know, same thing with the UFO. UFO, flying saucer. I don't know, about 200 meters wide by 200 meters, circle shape. Okay, good, close enough. You know.
So, yeah, interestingly, I'm reading right now a book about missing time and people that have been abducted. So this guy puts it in a sense that this is something bad, evil, like it's called The Threat, actually, the book is. But this guy is a legitimate like hypnotherapist, and so these people come to him, that have had these experiences, and then they get regressed, and that they remember going up in there. And I do believe there's some type of hybridization program that they have going on, and they will get, they're always getting like eggs and semen, and like they'll like give the baby, like they get to certain people, like families or whatever, and they keep coming back to them. And they have the technology. You can just be like in your house or in your bed. The walls don't matter. You have, I would have to say that you've signed up for this, just like we sign up to come down here some way, because I don't think they would violate your free will. But my, in my opinion, that they are, for when contact eventually comes, these human alien hybrids will be like the emissaries that will kind of be like somewhere in the middle, that somebody, like if it was some kind of freaky looking alien, people are going to get scared or whatever. But if it looks like a human, but it's part, extraterrestrial, then that could be a good like stepping stone to get humanity on the path to being like a galactic civilization. So I think that's what's happening, but who knows?
Yeah. Sandy says, yes, for sure. Mental snapshot. Like when I saw a fairy a few years back, I kept staring, soaking it all in with my eyes before she disappeared. A slit fairy, which I'd never heard of prior. Interesting.
That's interesting, because I just had a fairy story when I was in the Philippines. This Philippine guy told me, he spoke, better English, and he was conversing with me, and he told me about how he had seen a fairy, and I found it really interesting. And it's just weird, so some people don't just come out and tell you, oh, I saw a fairy, but he felt like comfortable about talking to, he chose me to tell this story to for some reason. I wasn't talking any UFO stuff at the time, he just like, it just came out, and I'm like, wow, fairies, that's cool.
Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, I've also had a fairy experience, which I told before. But yeah, if you want to elaborate on your fairy experience, cool. I believe it. I've seen a fairy also. Yeah.
We're open-minded yogis here.
Yes.
We are definitely open-minded yogis.
Mariana says that you can report the UFO, the USO sightings to the MUFON. I'm not sure what the MUFON is, but you can report it. Do you guys know what, Paul, do you know what the MUFON is?
Yeah, it's Mutual UFO Network. So they just, yeah, you can join it if you want. You can become an investigator. But yeah, they just research these things. But from my understanding, like the deep state has kind of like put their agents in there and kind of taken over that program. So I don't really buy into it.
Yeah, misinformation.
Exactly.
Tina, do you consider the Mothman cryptozoology or a UFO? Are UFOs different than cryptozoology? I saw there are different and also connected. The government is hiding the metaphysical component. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, I think they're hiding everything. They're hiding our true history.
Yeah.
They're hiding God from us. That's what they're really hiding.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely say, like Paul said, they're hiding everything from it. Because if you realize your true inner potential, you can't really be controlled. You can't really be in a state of fear. If you begin to realize your inner oneness with divinity, that you are a spark of divinity, it's hard for you to be controlled. You begin to see what the government says as how can you say, like a psyop or a fake ghost story or a narrative. So when they say go right, I go left. Like I don't believe anything they say, and you begin to realize that you are in control of what you think. And if they don't have you in a state of fear, it's hard for you to be controlled because you don't care, right? You're easily controlled when you're in a lower frequency fear state. So they always believe us, we've done all the thinking for you,
Yeah.
which goes with the religious dogma also. They learn from the best hypnotists in the world. let me tell you a story about aliens, or we're researching that, or this is what happened to JFK, or whatever. They always have the same playbook. So only believe what you feel. Don't believe what anybody else says. Don't let anybody else tell you what your reality is. You live your own lived reality.
Yeah. Paul, Sandy says that's cool. So, thank
It
you.
is cool.
Cool. Yeah, aliens are cool. Spaceships are cool.
As Vedagurudev says, it's an interesting movie.
It's an interesting movie. Get your popcorn and enjoy the show. It's going to be a good one.
The best is yet to come, I do have a feeling.
Oh, I hope you're right. I got my popcorn ready. I'm ready for the rest of the show.
Get ready for some interesting comments. Let's see.
Okay,
Albert
great.
Sapp says, slits are very common where I live, Sandy. We can observe them almost every day thanks to climate conditions. Here with the mountain and the river, very different clouds from all the surrounding areas. The slits were those fairies. Wow.
Cool.
Where are you from, Albert?
I'll wait till he comments.
Yeah, the fairies are cool, and they I can confirm they like colder climates, more mountainous climates. I mean, that's where I had my fairy experience.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said before, we have a 20-foot rule. They don't get within 20 foot of us, and we don't get 20 foot within them. So observing from a distance.
And then Tina wants to know, are they harvesting andromachrone? I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, probably, but oh yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Well, yeah, that's a very dark subject, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, but that is
that where they get it from the children?
Yes. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Junk. Yeah, I would say evil people do evil things. Liars tell lies, so you don't need to attach with these lower frequency beings. Any person that would hurt an innocent soul like a child, these are bad people. I said before, there is not enough money in the universe for me to hurt a innocent child. So anybody that does this, look at these people like I don't know what you would call it, lower frequency beings. I don't know, like scumbags. Let's say it like that. Who would do that? Like, these are not people you want to associate. These are people you want to run away from. Like, I don't want no person in my environment that hurts innocent children or does things that hurt people. But there are a lot of bad people out there, but we laugh at them like the joke they are. Like, these people, look at them. Look at the stupid things they do to make themselves feel better, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, harvesting adrenochrome, these are bad people. Stay away from them. Laugh at them like the joke they are. They're not as superior as you think. These are low life liars telling lies, hurting people to make themselves feel better. These are losers. You know, these are liars that you want to stay away from. Let them go to their hell wherever it is, you know? Goodbye.
Yeah.
My guru used to say, Vedagurudev, you're wearing all white. We don't roll in the mud with the pigs, you know? These are pigs. These are losers. These are lower frequency beings. You look at them with shame. You did what to a child? Ugh, loser, you know? Get away from me, right?
Yeah.
Like, I look at like agoris or homeless people way higher than these people. These are lower frequency loser beings. I don't care how much money you have in a bank. If you hurt an innocent child, you are the loserest of losers. And I look at you with shame. Let's say it like that. You know, there's not enough money in the universe to get me to do any of this stuff. Your money's no good over here, you know? So I'd rather sleep in the jungle or under a bridge than hurt a child.
Yeah.
So take this job and shove it.
Swaha. Like burn up.
Swaha! Swaha, devil! Swaha, evil! Swaha, go away. Bye-bye. See you later, you know?
I would say, we're entering into like a new phase. I mean, according to all the, yugas and everything that they have in yoga, that we're moving out of the age of darkness into the age of light, and that all these things are being handled right now. Like all the human trafficking networks, they're all being dismantled. I mean, this administration, they know who these people are, and they're being taken out. A lot of this is being done quietly because they cannot shock the public with, this kind of information at this time. But that's what I feel is happening, and an end is coming to this, and things are they're just going to get better.
I hope so.
Please, God, if you're listening, please let Paul be right. Like,
Yeah.
take these lower frequency beings out of here. Like, I like in Buddhism, they have a symbol. It's called the Dharma wheel. So they say the people are on top, the wheel's going to turn, and those will be the people on the bottom soon. So you should always be respectful for the people who are on the bottom, because they're going to reach the top one day. So the wheel is kind of turning, but yeah, take these lower frequency beings out of here for sure.
Yeah.
We need more harmony, peace, love, and compassion. We don't need more evil, more violence, war. We don't need none of that. Take that out, let that wheel of Dharma turn, Dharma, war, death, child trafficking, whatever it's called, adrenochrome, all on the bottom. Love, compassion, higher consciousness on top.
Yes.
Please, God, if you're listening,
Please.
there's too much work out here on this Maya world.
So Sandy, referring back to the fairies, she says, yeah, I don't tell just anyone, LOL, mostly because they won't believe it. It doesn't matter though. Yeah.
Well, we believe you here. Most of us have had a fairy experience, so we believe your fairy story. I've had personal fairy experience in the Himalayan mountains, so you always have a community here at the Kriya Yoga School. If you're not a member, go to our free Kriya Yoga School, freekriyayoga.com, or if you want to join us here in our paid Kriya Yoga School community, book a call, kriyayogamasterclass.com. All right, next question.
Okay. Kriya Yoga. Okay. Back to the comments. There's a lot of them. That was the last one. The Mothman is harvesting the eye ointment. I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
Oh, well,
Does he have to
hope
hurt
that
people to make it? Ugh.
Mothman sounds like another lower frequency being harvesting anything lower
Yeah.
frequency, like get away all these people. Paul can relate. He has some eye problems, so don't hurt anybody's eyes. Let
Yeah.
their eyes be free and let them see clearly. Let's say it like that. So harvesting adrenochrome, eye ointment, anything harvesting. Go away. Get out of here with that.
Sandy
Swaha,
says,
devil.
Swaha, devil. Get out of
Swaha.
here.
Get out of here. Swaha, burn up in the fire, right?
Sandy says, I brought in a house plant from outside our apartment door because we were expecting a delivery and didn't want the plant in the way. Let me see. Was there another? Okay. That same day, I was sitting in the living room and see this thing floating across the room about 2/3 of an inch tall, a fairy with wings, a cloud-like, almost transparent, like we picture a ghost. Ooh. And then she floated literally out of the apartment door. Interesting. I don't know.
Cool.
Many magical things started happening to me after what I saw as the start of my awakening in 2019. Wow.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. I mean, my fairy experience, I saw like a glittery kind of glowing kind of thing in the Himalayan mountains. There's no electricity, so it's pure black. The only electricity or light you have is the stars, and it was about 20 feet away from me, and it just kind of glittered and some wings and floated around, and I didn't try to make too much sense of it or document it. I just said, oh, cool, fairy. Went back in my tent and went to sleep. So
just another day at the office.
another day in the Himalayan mountains.
Yeah. Teeny says extraterrestrials are also harvesting a metaphysical component of the Shakti. It's like the doom spice.
Yeah, I mean, we uplift our Shakti, like our divine power, inner power. If any of these extraterrestrial beings want to try to harvest my Shakti, come and get it, You want to dance, I'm ready anytime, Like they don't come around people who have real Shakti, I would say. So I've never had that experience, or if they want some spice, I give them some spice. They come over here with that. So these lower frequency beings usually stay away from highly evolved beings. So anybody who has real Shakti, they would not be able to interfere, let's say, So I can't verify this as a person who cultivates his Shakti every day. So yeah, you would definitely get some doom spice. You come over here with that, no Shakti given, only holding my Shakti inside me as me. Let's say it like that. Anybody can think they can harvest my Shakti, come and get it. Come and get some. You want to dance? I'm ready to dance.
Albert Sapp says, remember those Greek stories of people with horse bodies and such? may be true. Yeah.
Could be. I can't verify it. I've never seen a guy with a horse body or a horse head, but I wouldn't doubt it. You know, those
Yeah.
are like the famous last words. Maybe I'll walk out my house and see a horse head guy right now. So it could be. You know, I can't
Yeah.
verify it. I have no experience with horse head person, but maybe they have different experience, and it was a different time frame or a different time straight or a different yuga when those things were possible, and they're not possible now. So could be.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't.
I don't say never to anything. I've seen a lot of mystical stuff that I didn't think was possible, so could be possible.
Yeah, I believe that. And I've been like researching a lot about the Nephilim and stuff. So I do believe, giants existed back in those days, and possibly like cyclopses and centaurs and stuff like that. And, the fairies might have been, visible to everybody back then. Who knows? But like you said, it's a different age now. But yeah.
Mariana says Bigfoot or Sasquatch has the UFO connection. Yeah, I believe that.
Could be, like I told the story. I asked my guru when we're in a thin little tent in the Himalayan mountains, if we get attacked by the Himalayan Yeti, Bigfoot, what do we do? He says if the Himalayan Yeti has God divine power, then he is our brother, and he should come in our tent and have tea. So we respect the Himalayan. If the Himalayan Yeti, the abominable snowman, has a divine connection with UFOs, could be. He could be a interdimensional traveling being. Sounds about right. Maybe the UFOs are interdimensional. Who knows?
Yeah.
Whatever
So Albert
resonates with you, that is the best. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was just like, I had to look this up. Albert Saps says yes, the best is yet to come. I didn't know what all these letters meant, but now I do.
The best is I guess that's true. TBYTC. The best is yet to come.
Yeah. I'm like, what is he saying? I had to look it up.
He has that teenager, how could I say it, slang, right? Sometimes my daughter sends me a text and I'm like, what the hell does this mean? LAFMO? I'm like, what does this mean? What are you trying to say? Just tell me straight, like what? I mean, it took me a while to fill out what LOL is. I had to ask her, what's LOL mean? I don't know what that means. It means laugh out loud. Oh, why don't you just write laugh out loud? Like, save me some time here. A time bandit,
I don't know. Sandy says, wow, amazing, Albert. And I think this is to answer your question, Paul. Albert is from Germany.
Oh, okay.
You spelled Germany wrong?
Yeah.
Germany.
Germany.
Germany. Where you from, fool? Germany.
Germany. Tina says alcohol is a huge part of the vampire Mothman's.
Don't tell Paul that,
Well, that's why they call it spirits. So, like, I know it's bad. I really do. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Doing my best to get rid of it.
Do you know what a Mothman is? I don't even know what a Mothman is.
Well, yeah, I've heard of I think it was back in the 70s or 80s, somewhere in Pennsylvania. There's like some big, like the Pine Barrens. It's like a big forest, and the people were seeing some type of moth-like creature there. But I don't really know what it did or if it harmed anybody or what. But yeah, I've heard the legend of it.
I don't know. It's a legendary cryptid, a mythical creature. It is often described as a large winged humanoid creature with glowing red eyes and is connected to the collapse of the Silver Bridge that occurred shortly after its alleged sightings.
Mm.
It's kind of like a Birdman. Okay. Interesting.
Vampire Mothman. Okay.
Yeah. So, Albert Seps, but not really. I'm more from France, but live in Germany. Oh.
Okay, cool. French, German. French, living in Germany.
And Mariana wants to know, is Albert Irish? I don't know, Albert. Are you Irish? Sandy, light and freedom for all. Yes.
I agree. Light and freedom and love for all. For sure, Sandy. Absolutely.
Albert Seps, worst and head people get removed first, so no retaliation can happen. Yikes.
Yeah.
Now it's time for mid to low level cleaning of corruption. They still feel safe, but won't be protected anymore.
No more protection for the low level frequency beings. Hurting children, harvesting energy, trash.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boo.
All the Epstein's List people are going to pay for their crimes.
I hope so. Don't hurt
Yeah,
any lower frequency innocent souls. Boo. Losers. Right? Your football team stinks. Last place. All right. Losers.
Hey, Ma Durga. Okay.
Hey, Ma Durga.
Hey,
I don't know what he means, but we love Ma Durga over here also.
And Sandy says, don't feed the fears.
Yes,
don't feed it.
Absolutely. Don't feed any fears. In yoga, they say be fearless every day, my friend. Because when you lower your frequency on that fear frequency, you're opening the door for them to come in. Stay on the high cloud, they can't reach you, you know? Stay on a higher frequency. Laugh at them like the joke they are. I like when Babaji says in the voice of Babaji, death is a joke to me. I am the death of death. So if we can laugh at death, we laugh at these lower frequency, I don't know what you would put it, bottom dwellers, you know, like these dirty, you know, hurting children, the worst, the lowest of the low, right?
Yeah.
The super loser, right? Negative loser, you know? What kind of person hurts a lower frequency being? The lowest of the low in my book, you know? However money you have in the bank doesn't mean zero. You're still low.
Yeah. Your money doesn't make you more important. I think Sandy says 2 to 3 inches tall. I think she's referring to the fairies.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, probably. Maybe mine was a little bigger, but sounds about right. It could have been that small.
And then Sandy says, right, we're all divinely guided and protected by Om.
Absolutely. You can never go wrong with the primordial sound of Om.
Oh, and Tibor's here. He's good to see you all. Namaste.
Good to see you too, Tibor. Namaste. Thank you for joining us.
And then I need your help with this Vedagurudev.
Vin Nashaya Cha Do Create Tam. Oh, okay. Maybe you could spell it out in American English. That's some kind of mantra japa.
He says in this text it is described by the Bhagavan Sri Krishna's one of his duties that he must perform as God and Savior.
Yeah, well, we definitely love Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita over here, like the supreme science of yoga. That's why I like when he says that in the Bhagavad Gita. So Yeah, Krishna is definitely a beacon of light in the Kriya Yoga tradition. That's probably the first time yoga was ever mentioned in a spiritual text, the Bhagavad Gita. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, he says in this context, the Visha Shaya Cha Dushkritam means the destruction of why can't I talk? Injustice and evil to establish justice and peace. Means
Yeah.
the destruction.
I hope Bhagavan Krishna is right. Let's destroy the destruction to evil and to restore justice and peace and morality.
And Albert says it is an important aspect of the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, which emphasizes the importance of justice and morality.
True, absolutely. So, Lord Krishna definitely knows what he's talking about, for sure, 100%. Jai Lord Krishna. Oh, Veronica, do you got to go soon?
Yeah, and we have a lot of people backstage, 12 people. Like,
that's how it always works out. When we start, we have one person, but then by the end, we have a lot of people. But yeah, if we didn't get to your question, send your question in next week. We'll answer it.
Yeah.
We're here every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We usually go for like 4 hours, so we'll answer all your questions. If you're new to the path of Kriya Yoga and you want some basic framework, go to kriyayogamasterclass.com. Join our free Kriya Yoga school. We have some beginner classes there. It's 100% free, no pressure. I'm not going to try to sell you anything, but it'll give you a good framework of Kriya Yoga. What's the 5 folds of Kriya Yoga? Who am I? Vedagurudev. How did I get named Diksha? Who's my guru? It'll give you, we have some beginner mini courses so you could start practicing Kriya Yoga. And if you want, you could join us at the paid Kriya Yoga school, Kriya Yoga Masterclass. Book a call with me and I'll go on the call with you and we can try to solve your problems. So go to Kriya Yoga Masterclass. You'll see a red button. It says book a call. Click on that. Open the calendar, choose your time. And then I'll come on a free call with you, no pressure, and try to help you overcome whatever you're going through in the present moment. And if you like the value we have, join Kriya Yoga Masterclass. And Veronica and Paul are all actual members. Donnie, who was on here earlier. So these are not paid actors. These are real actual members of our Kriya Yoga School Masterclass.
I would be the worst actress.
Yeah, we couldn't act if we wanted to. This is not a make-believe story. So yeah, we have every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have a live class. You can come on there, ask all your questions. Feel free. So I guess before we wrap it up, is there any other questions?
There's 2 more comments. I'll just read them off real quick.
Okay, great.
Oh, there's more than I thought. Sandy says, actually, you're right. She was about 3 to 4 inches. I suck at math and measurements. So the fairy.
Yeah, when I saw a fairy, it was in the distance, so I couldn't really gauge how exactly high it was, or I was just enjoying it for what it was. Oh, cool. Some lights and some wings, Nice. Gonna have good dreams tonight.
Yeah. Sandy says Krishna is also connected to music, frequency, and healing. I did not know
Absolutely. That. Krishna got his flute. So if you see his statue, he's holding his flute. So Krishna is a supreme god of music for sure.
Mariana says, I gotta go. My daughter has to sleep. She's asking me who's the Mothman and if he lives in the Appalachian Mountains.
Well, I hope the Mothman doesn't live in the Appalachian Mountains, because
Yeah.
that's where my mother lives, in the Appalachian Mountains of Georgia. So, so yeah, get your daughter to bed, Mariana. No need for dreams of the Mothman following her into her sleep. Mothman is not important. He's a loser.
Loser.
Loser, Mothman. Go away.
Spit on your
Swaha. Swaha, Mothman.
Waha. Sandy says, thank you so much for all who participated tonight. Thank you, Vedagurudev. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy, for joining us. I hope to see you next week. Feel
Sandy
free to
is
ask
funny.
any questions about anything.
Sandy, you are funny. Are you a yogi or do you just play one on TV?
I think I'm a real yogi. I don't have any TV gigs, so there's no way I could play a yogi on TV. This is my real. This is what I'm an authentic yogi. Let's say it like that. And if you want, you could test it. Book a call with me, and you'll see me in real time. I'm not an actor. I'm a real yogi, not as
Real
played on
yogi.
TV.
Albert Sapp says, have a great day, everyone. Thank you, Albert.
Yeah, you have a great day too, Albert Saps. Take care. Thank you for all your great comments. To all of our people on YouTube chat and all of our members, thank you as always. Outstanding.
I learned a lot tonight. So
yeah, it was great. It was another profound satsang in the books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never know what we're going to talk about. It's always a surprise. So, yeah.
Yeah,
you.
I never heard of the Mothman, but now I know.
Sandy sends us an infinite amount of hearts.
Infinite hearts right back at you, Sandy.
All right. Another one for the books.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, if you want to get on the Kriya Yoga path and you have no knowledge how to start, go to freekriyayogamasterclass.com. That's our free Kriya Yoga school. We have some beginner classes. And if you graduate from that and you want to upgrade, go to our Kriya Yoga Masterclass. And when you go there, you could book a call with me and I could figure out how to solve all your problems and walk you through the steps. And I'll be glad to coach you in our Kriya Yoga school of how to integrate Kriya Yoga into your daily life. And every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we go for like 4 hours. As you can see, it's almost 4 hours now. So if you need help, book a call with me, Vedagurudev, Kriya Yoga Masterclass, and I'll be glad to help you overcome your problems. And you will see live in real time on your computer screen that I'm not a AI generated yogi. I'm a real in-person Himalayan yogi.
You're the real deal.
I'm a real authentic Himalayan yogi for sure.
Yes.
Real lineage, real parampara, real everything.
Yes. You have the receipts. You can prove it. So
I have the receipts. So learn learn Kriya Yoga from a real yogi, not a Frankenstein internet yogi. Like, how do I always say, Bob Smith. Better to learn from Vedagurudev or Yogananda than Bob Smith. But up to you. You can test it if you want.
One last comment from Albert. He says +1.
+1. Always welcome, Albert.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so that's it. I guess we'll wrap it up with our traditional Shanti Universal Peace Mantra, giving peace and love to all people all around the world. Om Shanti, 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 Shalom. Sat Nam Sadhu Tao Om Spirit. Swami Kami, Amen, Amen, Omen Selah Om.
Kriya Babaji Namah. Kriya Babaji Namah. Kriya Babaji Kriya Babaji Namah. Kriya Babaji